Hey everybody, what's happening? It's Friday night. Hello. It's time. I'm so happy. It's Friday. It's been a while. I feel like I've been waiting all week because I have. This week has been a particularly freezing cold one, especially in the last couple days. And so it's nice to pull up a nice hot mug of your random alcoholic beverage or non-alcoholic beverage. You choose. I don't care if you get drunk on stream. Well, actually, I kind of do, but only if you're streaming with me, because then it's twice as fun. No, I'm not. Do you feel called out, Sarah? Yes. And
I'm drinking caffeine right now.
Oh, that's even better. She's gonna be super hyper. Okay, cool. We're cool with that.
I'll probably drink alcohol later, but I need to wake up first.
Yes, wake up and then fall asleep. We're okay with that.
Exactly. Yeah. Balance. It's all about balance.
But have a little bit of Ravenloft in your life, and where better than to do it here in Slices and Dices? Hey everybody, I've got people around. Alex, the guy over here who usually is playing our mopey alcoholic. Speaking of alcoholic, Dom Pierre Wizard is unfortunately still down with the vid, and he will be back next week. So we wish him well. He'll actually be back twice next week. He's going to be back once for Ravenloft, and then actually he's also in the Star Wars game next week too, with Red. So that'll be cool. We're looking forward to that. All right,
and also Sarah.
Yes, of course, Sarah.
Yes, and me.
Sarah, when are you not like in any? You're just like stuck.
When you play Mass Effect.
That's true. Mass Effect, which, well, I don't know. That might be on hiatus.
Which may be going on.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how that works out. But yeah, it's because of you, Sarah. It's just like you're the key that makes everything doesn't just fall. Okay, we're not gonna just.
I am the duct tape of Slices and Dices. I have a dark side and a light side, and I keep the stream together.
Well, it's either you or Talon.
Yeah, I mean, it is the truth. All right, so that said, how's everybody doing tonight? Let's go ahead and get started. By the way, this is just a very small note. I don't know what y'all's favorite soda or pop, depending on what part of the world you're in, is. My favorite is Diet Dr. Pepper. And it's been such delicious. A long time since I've had it that I've missed it. And my wife, my lovely, lovely wife, came home tonight with a 2-liter bottle of Diet Dr. Pepper, and I almost fell to my knees and cried because I was so appreciative. She's like, "Here," and there was like a halo behind her head.
Yeah. Mine is this, and it was a limited edition. It's Hal's. It's cola flavored seltzer, so it's a non-sweet cola.
All right,
with caffeine in it.
All right,
and I haven't been able to find it for months.
And I'm a simpleton.
Yes.
And I was so sad. And then I hauled my ass to the grocery store when I was super tired, and they had 5 random bottles, and I was just like, mine, and grabbed them all.
Just as a matter of recourse, this stream is not sponsored by either Dr. Pepper, Hal's Soda, or Pepsi. There we go. Done.
Unless they want to.
Unless you want to. Please send us all of your monies.
And make this again. Or just send me like a case of this.
Oh my gosh.
And I'll be happy.
Yeah.
I wish I had my favorite soda right now.
You don't have. What is your favorite? What is your favorite soda, Maeve?
So there is a brewery about 30 minutes from here. They make their own root beer, and it is amazing.
Homemade root beer is always the bomb.
See, now everybody on stream who's watching is thirsty, which is what I wanted. Mm-hmm. It was my intention. I've done what I set out to do.
Well, let's see. Here you go. I can send things in chat now.
Yes, hydrate with your favorite water and/or soda and/or something that makes your throat not so dry. All right, here we go, folks. Let's get started with tonight's episode, episode 9, titled "The Philanthropist." So, okay. This is the ASMR beverage drinking stream. Yes, absolutely, 100%. So after finding...
You want it to be?
No, I don't. After finding yourselves, the 4 of you, lost in the mists, you 4 found each other and began your spooky dooky adventures. That means it so much. Your horrific adventures. Scary. I'm in a much better mood. darkness. Haunted adventures, shall we say, within the trapped demi-planes of dread. Now, some of you hail from these lands of horror, others from much further away realms, shall we say. But wherever your stories began, it matters quite little. For now, your tales are intertwined in this dreary, fog-enshrouded land with the creatures that call it home. Your goals, however, seem to be similar. Find a way home, for some of you, at least. Or maybe perhaps you'll stay a while. Who knows? Time will tell. Your first port of call, after finding yourself here, was the haunted mansion known as, known formerly, actually, as Castle Levents, now known as the House of Lament. You met with and were employed by a trio of ghost hunters who claimed to be members of a secret society known as the Order of the Guardians, whose work concerned primarily the research, containment, and, if possible, destruction of evil. A noble cause, to be sure, but perhaps not the best fit, shall we say, particularly for some of you. But hey, money's money, and with Alanic Ray, Arthur Sedgwick, and Cabe Whippoorwill's assistance, you investigated the house in the hopes of discovering the true source of the evil infesting it. And through a number of nightly seances, you unwillingly contacted the evil spirit of Dog Dranzorg, who attempted to persuade you to free him from his eternal prison. Dranzorg and his minions were released, unfortunately hewing their way through you guys and disappearing, perhaps somewhere in the house, unsure. Although the interference of the dark powers that hover mysteriously around this place allowed several of you a way to stay upon the mortal plane for now. But for a very dear price. Afterwards, you communed with the spirit of the warrior Mara Silvra and were thus allowed to descend into the dark chasm beneath the basement. And within you came in contact with a dark force, shall we say, residing within an amber monolith. This being actually attempted to deceive you and feast upon your souls, as it had for many others. And you defended yourselves against it, eventually destroying it and the shadowy tentacles that it summoned. And this seemed to give the spirits in the house some semblance of rest, although you were informed by Mara that the spirits in the house were never truly free, and that the dark force that controls it could never truly be destroyed. Like a festering weed, it would eventually grow back again in time. And, more importantly, there were other amber plinths that the Order knew of, other dark things trapped in this orange stone. Clearly, it was they that the Order was interested in perhaps knowing more of or stopping. Leaving the house in its current state of torpor, you met a traveling salesman named Grinmald, who sold you some various goods before whisking off to parts unknown. And willing to learn more about these dark forces, you agreed to follow Alanic and his retinue to his chateau, and perhaps further your goal, finally finding ways home. And that's where we begin tonight.
I'm looking at my finances. Did we get paid?
You certainly did. Each
How
of you
much
did
did
get
I
paid.
pay for that Morona balm?
What was that?
I'm looking. Oh, I bought pythons as well. I was trying to figure out how I spent I should have a lot more money than that, but I must have spent it.
You did spend a lot. You spent a lot.
I did. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Check the last stream to see how much money you spent on a variety
will.
of goods. There were potions. There were all kinds of things that the
Yes, I
that
have
Brynmawr was
the
selling.
fire resist potion that I bought.
And there were deals made and all kinds of things.
And some
And
pythons.
you were drinking heavily, Sarah. I'll be honest. So
I was.
I don't blame
It's
you
true.
if you don't remember a whole lot. So that was the best. I'm like, does she remember buying any of this shit? She's like, why do I have all these potions?
I only bought one. I have the Morona bomb. That's all I bought. That's all that's in here. And pythons. I bought pythons, so we
Right
finally
on.
had some.
I always wonder
I've had quite a few things.
Okay, is it like this is a thing? Sorry, I'm a jerk. Is it pythons? Is it pitons? What is it?
Might actually be pitons, or it might be both.
Where's
I've
Fro when
done
you need
both
him?
Ways,
Is it like
but I believe it is supposed to be pitons.
Pitons? You said pitons. All right.
Piton.
That's why nobody
according to Google.
Where's
okay.
Crow when you need him?
Yeah, exactly.
But the British pronunciation is python. The American pronunciation is piton.
Well, there you go, Sarah. Your ruse has been unraveled. We knew you were British all along, and now it's been.
I do slip into it from time to time. It is true.
All right, cool. So, the four of you accompany Alanic, Arthur, and Cabe along the road to the west towards what seems to be a very thick and heavily and swiftly gathering amount of mist. Walking straight at it, the road walks directly into the mist from where you actually originally came into this land.
I don't trust this one bit.
All right.
About 30 or 40 feet from the mist, Alanic and Arthur stop. And Cabe stops next to them. And Arthur turns around and holds up his hand and says, I think we're going to need a little bit of assistance before we walk in any further. So if you wouldn't mind, our friend here has a task to perform. And he looks over at Cabe, and Cabe looks up at Arthur and then over at Alanic and says, all right, fine. And he takes, they, I keep messing it up by saying he, when it's really a they, that they use as a pronoun. Cabe takes out from under their shirt a necklace, and there are all kinds of locket objects all on this length of thread. You see a tooth. You see what seems to be a long silver nail. You see what seems to be, very strangely, a fragment of stone with an eyeball embedded in it. Very odd. Sort of, it's not like wet or glistening or anything like it. It looks like that eyeball is encased in some kind of glass or something like that. And then Cabe takes off their neck this length of all these sort of, I guess you could call it like instead of a charm bracelet, it's a charm necklace, perhaps. And Cabe removes one item from this necklace, and it looks like a very small silver pendant. And it is a pendant of a harlequin mask. And they hold it up, make sure it's the right one, put the necklace back on their neck, and close their eyes. And Cabe lifts the hand with the pendant in the air and walks directly into the mist. The mists surround Cabe as if it's hungrily, like, just devouring them. What do you do?
Watch. With
watch actually.
somewhat distant curiosity, somewhat detached curiosity.
Mikmick?
I think I'd probably be watching as well. Just though probably stepping forward just a few steps just to keep like if the mist completely consumed Cape, he'll run in.
Okay. Yeah, the mists completely surround Cabe, and at first you see just a silhouette of the short figure, and then there is just gray, as if Cabe was never there.
Upon seeing Cape completely disappear into the mist, she would seem a little bit more concerned. But she'd still remain where she is.
Okay.
I'm going to turn. We'll turn to Arthur and say, "Is this how this always works?"
Arthur says, as far as I'm aware, yes?
So
Turn back to
we
watching.
just wait for him to come back out or what?
No, they'll, well, you'll see. And a minute passes. Arthur looks down at Alanik. Alanik says, "It's quite right. Just have some patience, Arthur." And you all notice, after about another minute, that the edges of the mists are receding. They're receding away from you, slowly but surely, like an ebbing tide. As if they're pulling apart. If you guys ever watch in slow motion, when, like, you see, I don't know, it's maybe a little esoteric, but there's a specific channel about really satisfying things to watch in slow motion. And one of those things is to watch fabric be slowly pulled apart. And you just watch as, if you look very slowly, the fabric tassels just sort of slowly rip and pull apart from each other. And you just see tendrils of the fabric, almost like they're reaching out, like they're alive, trying with that last sort of ounce of static electricity to just retain some semblance of touch before they are pulled away. And then it sort of wiggles away in the wind. Well, when this occurs, it's very similar to that. The mists almost as if they are being just slowly separated by an unseen force, leaving a path, a continuation of this road forward.
Do we see anything ahead of us?
You do. I won't even need to make you roll a perception check, because what you see is very interesting, and completely available to you just by opening your eyes. You see, instead of a forest, where you would assume to see going forward, because you guys are in the middle of one, you see a steep embankment down to a coastal city. You see lights scattered throughout this city, all around what seems to be some form of port or dock. And there are boats with large sailing masts, all floating to and fro within this body of water, that the coastal city seems to form a sort of a not so much an inverted U shape, but more sort of like almost with the hills rolling in the background, almost like the maw of some magnificent and horrifying mouth that is sort of keeping the waters within. But along the edge of this bay resides this city. Call it a city because it is just extremely vast and sprawling. You see roofs of houses on the banks of and shoals of this particular bay, and the houses sort of move up into a more perhaps wealthy area as the houses become larger and more sprawling in the higher areas. And they are beautiful. You would call their architecture strange, maybe to some of you, but to others, more familiar, I would say. Maeve, I would say your character finds them, Amnestria, finds the shapes of these houses maybe a little bit outdated, per se. You probably saw houses like that 100 or so years ago in your area of where you are from. But they are beautiful, and they are well constructed. Mikmick, it's hard to remember, but you do seem to think that maybe these houses have something about them that rings true in your memory, that they don't seem completely foreign or alien to you. And Claudiu, you can just tell by the way he looks at these buildings and the city below that he's never seen anything like it. At least not anything that vast for certain. And for Muadnhait, I mean, you tell us, Muadnhait. I don't think I don't think you probably have seen something like that. Well, although maybe you have, technically, but maybe not from this vantage point for certain.
Indeed.
So yeah.
Looks crowded.
It does. Give you a little music and or ambiance. Okay. There is a tolling of bells as you all come to sort of see the vast span of this particular city and its bay with all these sailing ships. In the middle of the bay is an island, and in the center of this island is a vast, enormous building which has grand spires on it, and it looks like a palace, to be perfectly honest. A palace perhaps out of some fairy tale. It's beautiful, and yet there's something sort of a little bit tragic about it to some degree. You see that the colors are somewhat muted on the building, even well lit from the lights in the bay, and the trees around it are not well kept. But just the vast scale of it seems to sort of make you feel that there is some form of grandeur in that place. And Alanik looks beyond the scope of the city and begins to wheel himself forward.
Where is the small one?
Oh, I'm sure he's just ahead. They're just ahead. Continues to wheel. Arthur walks forward, matching Alanik's pace.
I follow.
Yep.
Although as well, but seem a lot more relieved than I've looked in quite some time.
Claudiu sort of pops the cork off the bottle, takes a swig, and he goes, I think we're going to need more. He just continues to drink. Walks forward.
I pull the bottle out of my bag, take a slug, and look at him and say, I think I agree.
The road, once a dirt road, now becomes, after maybe half a mile, a cobblestone road. And you do see now, as you get within perhaps a quarter mile of the city, that there are horse-drawn carriages that seem to be taking their particular routes to and fro within the city. They seem to be carrying passengers. They are well built. They have large wheels that seem to be sort of very pedestrian, not very, I should say, not very well detailed, but the carriages themselves have wonderful insignias and crests on many of them. And you do occasionally catch sight of the passengers within these particular carriages. Many of them are very fashionable. You see that they have their hair sort of styled in a very strange way for some of you, that they are sort of pushed up beyond the scope of their neck into a sort of crest atop their head, sort of piled atop their head. Their faces are extremely white, not white in a natural way, I should say. Not that they're sickly or anything like that, but their faces are certainly utilized with some kind of makeup or cosmetics to make their skin
not
look
quite like
paler.
Claudiu.
Definitely not like pale like Claudiu, no. But definitely sort of cosmetically their skin is made to look paler and whiter and flawless. You see nothing on their skin that could potentially be seen as a blemish or a scar, a hair lip, hairs out of place, anything like that. These people care greatly for how they look. At least the ones in the carriage do, anyway.
Muadnhait feels an intense dislike, but keeps it to herself.
Okay. Alanic and Arthur continue into the city itself. You see that instead of torches within the city, there are large metal posts, and atop these metal posts, you see a bright white light emanating from the top of these posts. At their very top, and the illumination spread even at this time of night is kind of impressive. The light, however, doesn't look like torchlight. It's very bright. It's very intense. It flickers like torchlight. It's not sort of pure white unflickering light, but it does have that sort of look to it. If you want, you guys can make Arcana checks if you'd like.
Why not? Let's roll.
All right. We'll roll for our friend here. Okay. There we go. I've got his Arcana up.
Oh.
23. All right. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, I would say that Claudiu looks up at the posts. He goes, "That's something I've never seen." And then keeps it to himself. Alanic, Arthur are still walking now through the streets. There are shops, and the buildings are very strange in that the houses are not single-story houses. Many of them are double, triple, even quadruple, sort of stacked on top of one another. You see windows multiple floors up, and there are ladders from the first floor to sort of to landings on the first, second, third floor, where you do see people sort of sitting on these landings. Their feet are hanging off the edges. These folks in this particular part of town are certainly not as well dressed as the folks that you saw inside the carriages. They wear sort of pantaloons. They wear they wear sort of chemises, these sort of, you know what I'm talking about, like the white puffy shirts, like the pirate shirts.
There you go.
Yeah, is that what they're called? Chemise, is that right? I don't know this stuff, so.
Not quite. No.
What is it?
I don't know. I mean, you could call it like a blouse.
A blouse? Okay.
Or a tunic of some kind. Yeah.
Okay.
actually think a blouse would be a better word for it.
It's a
Blouse
blouse?
would be
Okay.
a better word. Because a chemise is an undergarment.
Well, there you go. I learn something new every day. Definitely not wearing chemises then. Blouses. New title of the episode, blouses, not chemises. There we go. The folks, however, as they see you passing by, they sort of lean over the edge. One of them, sort of rakish-looking man, hops down from the landing and lands on his booted feet, and looks over at you, Muadnhait, and goes, "Hello. Hello, dearie. How you doing tonight?"
Fine.
"Just fine."
Can I help you?
"I don't know. Can you help me?" Gives you a smile, cocks an eyebrow.
Why not? Steps closer. Gives him a smile. And steps hard on his foot, grinding her heel into the toes, still smiling. And then continues to walk away.
Okay, make an attack roll. This is a melee attack roll. I want to see this happen. I really do. Like in every possible way.
I don't have an unarmed attack on my list. So
It'll
what
just
is
be
my attack
just a
mod?
D20 plus. Well, I would say this is with strength, but it is fast. So I'm going to say make a D20 plus your Dex modifier, plus proficiency.
Okay, that works.
Because you're proficient
Which
with
is-
kicking jerks in the feet.
I would say I am. What are okay? So that's a D20 plus 5. 15.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you give him a good jab in the toe, and he's like, "Oh, balls! Oh, crap! Oh, what the
I
hell?"
smile just a little bit wider and then continue walking down the street.
Yeah, he like just like hops on one foot, grabbing his booted toe, and his buddies up on the top are just cackling with glee. They're like, "Ha ha! Told you she wouldn't go for it." Alanik continues to sort of roll on with a grin plastered on his face, and Arthur says, "I like her. I really like her." You pass through a number of cobblestone streets, slick with water, condensation. Clearly it's rained here. That's probably the only thing in common between this place and the place that you were just in. But the sky is clear. There is a crescent moon hanging in the sky with some gray clouds passing by it. And Alanik says, "It's not too far from here. Just hopefully our friend will meet us at my chateau." You do pass by some shops. They're still open at this time of night, so if you'd like to take the time to do anything between now and the time when you go to the chateau, by all means, let me know.
Amnestria may peek into a few of the windows just to see what's in the shops.
Okay.
Just a glance.
Sure. You do see beautiful dresses, gowns that are on wooden modeling dummies with no face, which is a little creepy in and of itself. The models themselves, the heads of the models have these strange hairstyles. And for you, Amnestria, this is again a relatively familiar thing, although more of a historic thing. These are wigs. In your time, people don't, or at least in your place, people didn't. They don't use wigs in Mordant very much anymore. Only sort of the people who are outdated really wore those kinds of things. But again, it's the same sort of bouffant hairstyle that you saw in those
days.
In those days, and on the people in the carriage that you saw pass you by. A couple of other shops. You do see beautiful masks. I'm going to show you guys what I mean by that. Happen to have one nearby for no apparent reason whatsoever. You see like stylized harlequin masks, like this. They look to be made out of leather, beautifully painted with eye holes. Many of them are of animals, though, as opposed to the one that I just showed. Some of them are cats, some of them are dogs, lions. Some of them are not necessarily animals, but icons, sun, the moon, or some abstract shapes. And you do see on that, in the window, there is a sign that says, "Get your mask before next week's ball. Special prices 50% off."
Yeah, I think I'd definitely go and peek into that shop. Unless,
All right.
I don't know if
Also,
anyone would notice me doing so, but
Mikmick is going shopping for some slightly more presentable clothes than what he's currently wearing.
Yeah, you're just wearing a sort of just like a piece of cloth. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Which, I'll be honest, Mikmick, as you pass by a variety of people, they don't even really kind of look at you. They sort of turn up their nose at you. Like, Muadnhait, Amnestria, Claudiu, they sort of like look, give them the once over kind of, not bad. But at Mikmick, at your site, they just go, and just pretend like you don't exist.
Could be expected.
yes.
But yeah. And he's also going to probably go into the mask place with Amnestria.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think of what would match him best.
Yeah, sure. Amnestria, you stop at the masquerade shop, the mask store, whatever you want to call it. Muadnhait, you watch as Mikmick and Amnestria sort of stop. They do this, they look in the window. Amnestria sort of tools around to the door and opens it. Mikmick sort of sees her going in and follows. Claudiu, he just stays outside. He just sort of crosses his arms. And Alanic and Arthur say to each other, "Are they window shopping?" "Well, I believe that they are. It looks like they might be ahead of the game, so to speak." Arthur says, "Ah, yes, of course. Excuse me, Muadnhait, Amnestria.
Yes.
Are you perhaps, are you interested in perhaps a little bit of a fancy dress?"
Well, I do have some rather nice clothes on my person. Not wearing them, of course, right now. You see, it's not really the time for that, but wouldn't mind looking in the shops and seeing if there's anything else that I may enjoy.
No, by all means. If the four of you would like to shop, please take your time. And Alanic sort of wheels back and then crosses his arms across his chest and then just sort of watches you.
I can't say I've ever been much of one for clothes. Is there something wrong with what I have on?
Nothing wrong with what you have on, but as I recall you saying, you borrowed those clothing items from someone else. Don't you think
he said
maybe
he
having
wasn't
something
using
that
them.
fits? Fair, but I think you and Mikmick could use some better fitting clothes, perhaps. Especially Mikmick.
Yes, the tiny one could certainly use a change of wardrobe. Very well, if we must.
All right. So the three of you head inside the shop, the mask shop. As you enter, a little sort of bell, ding ding, jingles over the door frame, and a very sort of svelte, whose hair has been sort of tied up in a bun, woman who seems to be probably in her 60s or maybe late 50s, but her skin is just beautifully kept. Like, she definitely has a routine, because even though she, just by her movement and by her perhaps her dress and the way that she speaks, you'd assume that she's of a certain age. Her face is just immaculate, and maybe there's a bit of cosmetic use there as well. You do see that there is like for some reason or other, there's like a dot just like placed like on her cheek, like there. Very strange. And her eyelashes are enormously long. And she says, "Oh, good customers. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yes, do come in. We're still open." And then she sees Mikmick and she says, "Oh, you're going to have to wait outside."
Actually, he's here with us.
His eyes trace back.
Sorry.
Her eyes trace back to you, Amnestria, and she says, "Are you joking?"
What, do you not have anything in his size?
We do sell to children, of course. Yes.
Well,
that
do
should
you
do.
enjoy money?
Oh, money, absolutely.
Well, then I think we can come to some sort of agreement, don't you?
She sighs. Well, I guess, may the Duchess favor us all. And she smiles, and her teeth are yellow and crooked. And she immediately, after smiles, sort of just covers up. "So, what can I interest the three of you in?"
Well, at least for myself, I'm rather interested in the masks you have.
Oh, of course, we have hundreds of them. All styles. Perhaps one may suit your fancy.
It may just.
Do you have a particular shape or animal, or perhaps one that may make your face concealed yet alluring to an onlooker?
I rather liked the mask you had in the window.
Oh,
The
well,
crescent
the crescent moon. Excellent. Yes, it's quite a bestseller. Yes. And
Well, if
for
it's-
perhaps any others, would you like to partake as well?
Moyna's just going to kind of stroll around silently, looking for anything aquatic in nature.
Yeah, I mean, you name it. There's like one that looks like a giant sort of grouper fish with sort of large bulbous eyes mask. All of these masks, by the way, either partially conceal or completely conceal the face. But it's clear that either with eye holes or with sort of gauze or mesh over the areas with the eye where you can see outward, that they're beautifully crafted in that way. So there's like a grouper, there's a shark, there's like a seahorse, there's one that looks like an octopus with sort of tentacles sort of reaching out like that, and a sort of a large bulbous overhang. You name it, they've got it.
Moyna would probably gravitate towards the seahorse.
Okay, cool.
Say, well, I must admit, this is quite beautiful.
Yes, if you don't mind, just a little lighter on the touch. That's gold leaf. And for your diminutive friend there.
Well, Mikmick's probably looking for, well, to put it simply, something steampunky.
Something steampunky.
Or maybe something with maybe like copper trim or something like that.
Okay. Okay. It would sort of be a combination of like a couple of different masks, actually. It's like
Yeah.
there's like a big leather top hat. There's a pair of goggles like that you find sort of attached to one mask that you could probably like pull out of that mask and then attach into the hat and sort of like put it up inside the hat so that it would fit over your eyes and the hat would fit over your head. And then there's also like a to cover either the top half of your face, or I should say the bottom half of your face, because the masks would be the goggles in the top. But if you wanted something to cover the bottom of your face, you could. There's sort of like a plague doctor thing going on. It's like a giant beak of a bird. So you could have that with the goggles and the top hat.
I think it was just probably a goggles top hat.
Goggles, top hat, absolutely.
Yeah. Because I don't think he needs the bottom half, just pretty much the top half, mostly
Cool.
to cover up the artificial eye.
Okay, cool.
And also, Matt, I just sent you a PM of the clothes that he's wanting to try and find.
Okay. I'm looking at it. Yeah, I think he could probably find something like that. It's for those of you watching along and not seeing what I'm seeing, I'm going to sort of describe the outfit that I've been privately messaged. We're looking at sort of boots, shin-high boots. We're looking at sort of a leather shirt where the sleeves come down all the way to the wrist. Looking at a high collar with sort of golden trim and sort of tight fitting and sort of dark blue leather breeches. Is that about right?
Basically, yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, I think you could probably find that. You do find actually that the mask store has sort of an adjoining doorway to, in a very sort of Disney kind of way. You ever been, for those of you who are listening or watching or whatever it is at home, you know how like the stores at Disney, like you walk through one store in Disney and then you're in another store because it's the store next door essentially, because it's all one giant store, all one emporium essentially. That's the way it is, at least with these two stores. You have the mask store on one side and the clothing store on the other.
Okay,
As the bells start pealing, the woman who is attending to you sort of opens the door and briefly, almost hurriedly, like she sort of pushes past. She's like, "Oh, excuse me," and she pushes past you, opens the door, and to the first person she sees walking past the shop, she says, "May the Duchess favor us all!" And the woman who is also passing by, as she's hearing these bells peal out, she looks at the shopkeeper and says, "Yes, may the Duchess favor us all," and then looks around and then keeps walking. And then she closes the door and turns back to you with that crooked smile on her face.
When she pushed by us, did she actually physically push us?
She did, but she didn't she didn't like grab you and push you. She sort of nudged past you, Amnestria.
Okay. All right, I'm just making sure I don't need to do anything.
As she comes back in the shop, Claudiu, who's been standing outside the whole time, sort of looking in, sort of comes up to the door, and you see the doorknob turn, and he comes in. He says, what's going on?"
Apparently we're buying masks.
"Why?"
I have no idea.
I think the clothing is actually the more important thing here.
"I'm fine with what I have," says Claudiu.
So am I, but apparently they don't fit. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I mean, the masks are cool, but unless they had something that's and he sort of like takes a step and looks around. And he looks around.
Yeah, with 2 wine bottles on top.
He looks around and he like looks around the shop and he says, "That's pretty cool. I like that one. How much for that one?" And he points up at a mask about 8 feet off the ground, and it is a mask of a wolf's muzzle that comes down. You can see the ears and sort of fur lined. And he says, I like that one. I mean, I'm not like the person to wear masks at all. I don't like them, but I mean that, if I were to get a mask, that would be kind of the one I would get. So how much for that one? She says, it's 35 gold pieces. He goes, 35? Whoa. That's a lot. She says, yes, they're very well made. They're handmade. Each one. Are you interested, sir? Oh, well, I mean, not for 35 gold pieces. That's too much, sorry. I'll be waiting outside, okay? Bye. And he shuts the door.
My friend makes an excellent point. What do you charge for this?
Oh, for the seahorse. Well, the seahorse is beautiful and has, as I said, it's all gold leaf. So that one is 45 gold pieces.
Oh, how amusing. Thank you for your time. Why not just sets it down and joins Claudiu outside?
There's no accounting for taste, I guess. She looks at Mikmick and she looks at Amnestria.
Well, all right. How much for these two?
The moon is quite a bestseller of ours, I'll be honest. But it doesn't have the same panache as what your friends have chosen for. I'll let it go for 25.
And the hats and goggles.
Oh, the hat is commonplace. The goggles are workman's goggles. Someone left them here before, so if you wish to use them as part of your masquerade accoutrement, by all means. The hat, however, is well worn and perhaps needs a little bit of love. I'll let it go for 10. And the goggles for 5.
And clothing?
Oh, well, you haven't even let me... No. And then she looks over, and Mikmick is now standing like he's just come out of an 80s montage, like, dressing room. And he's got the whole, like, outfit, the whole kit and caboodle of what I just described before.
Should I post it in our Ravenloft chat? So.
Oh, yeah, sure. Pop it in the Ravenloft chat. Maybe I'll put it into stream in a second.
Yeah.
I love everything about this mental image.
Let me see if I can do that.
Yeah.
I think I can. Let me save this.
Nice.
It is a Hero Forge portrait, so
yeah.
Props to Hero Forge.
I like it. It's fun.
Let me just toss it into the game as a picture.
Made it pre-game, so he still has the club.
Yup. Ah, there we go. Cool. All right, so let me just toss this into the thingy-dingy. And where are you? There we are. Boop. Okay, so let me show chat what it is that... yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there is Mikmick's new outfit, or at least attempted to be his new outfit. He's still got the chair leg.
Mm-hmm.
His gauntlet.
In that picture, yes.
And his eye. Yep, there he is. So that's what he looks like with his choice of dress.
How does the
And
shop...
add that with the top hat and goggles.
Yes, with the top hat and the goggles as the mask. But yeah, I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
considering the shopkeeper didn't want anything to do with him, how does she look to this?
Yeah, funny thing enough, she looks at Mikmick with, instead of a look of disdain, she kind of looks like impressed a little bit. Like, that one does well for you. Yes, I like it. I think those are your colors. I do enjoy seeing this. How do you feel? Are you able to move around?
I mean, it may be a little bit tight, but I think that's just new leather, Phil.
Oh no, that's the point of it, dear. We want to see everything, don't we?
Depends on who you ask, really.
Well, you'll find that here in Dementlia, we want to see everything about you.
Dementlia.
Oh, well, you're clearly newcomers. I could see that right as soon as you opened my door. This is Port-a-Lucine. How do you like our fair city?
Well, we just arrived, so...
Oh, wonderful. She smiles again, crooked yellow teeth.
I don't suppose you'd be willing to give us a good impression of your fair city.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you clearly have very quality wares, and we'd be interested in buying the things that we've mentioned so far, including his outfit, so let's talk money.
I see. Well, if you're willing to purchase this fine attire, I'll certainly be more than happy, seeing as it fits so kindly upon this. You're a gnome. I want to make sure I'm correct.
Yes,
Excellent.
as far as I can remember, but yes.
I don't want to pry, but you're and she points to her eye and points to you.
Yeah.
It does put a bit of a dampener on your look, I'll be honest.
That's why I need the mask.
Fair. A fair deal. Yes, I see. And the hand, there's nothing could be done about that, I assume.
Well, I mean, I could take it off, but then that would make it look even worse.
Take off your... Why would you want to take off your hand?
Because it's not there.
She sort of like... Her face sort of scrunches up for a second, and then as her face scrunches up, you see that the lines in her brow that have been heavily caked with makeup almost concealed and completely unseeable. And as her face scrunches up in disbelief, you see them. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tiny lines throughout her face, making her look much older.
As you know, sometimes we need to cover up things to make ourselves look better.
She sort of cocks her head and says, "Quite. Now, the outfit, yes. What would a fair price for all of that be? I'm a bargaining woman. I'll be more than happy to accept 20 for the lot. Clothes, I mean, of course."
Right? And together for everything?
Well, let's see. The hat was 10, the goggles were 5, the clothes were 20, so that's 35 for the gentleman. And, what did I say for the moon mask? I believe I said it was... Did I say that the mask itself was 35? I think I did.
You said it was 25.
25, yes, 25, yes. Wouldn't want you to get a wrong impression of me. 25 for the mask.
$60 for everything. Does that sound agreeable to you, Mikmick?
I don't know how much these clothes normally cost, so... I mean, it sounds reasonable to me.
Right? Well, seeing as you've done us a good service, 60 it is.
Excellent. And she puts out her hand.
So Amnestria will look over to Mikmick and...
Mikmick will pull out his coin purse that he got from the job and take out 10 gold coins and then put the rest on the table because the coin purse only had 70 in it. So,
Mikmick, I will pay for half. So 30 gold for each of us.
All right.
sure.
Yes, I'm sure. This was necessary and it will help.
Okay then. I will split the bill, as they say.
She gathers up the gold. She looks at the pieces for a second. She sort of holds them up to the light. Says, well, gold's gold. And then she puts the gold back into the pouch and says, it was a pleasure doing business with the two of you. Sorry your two other compatriots couldn't find what they needed. But I'm open all day, all night, so if you need me, I'm here. Again, smiling, showing these awful, awful yellow teeth.
Thank you. I hope the rest of your day treats you well.
Come
Unless you were
again.
just-
Okay.
Claudiu has been standing like against the window, waiting for the three of you to come out. First, Moynat did. Moynat came out before, and he just sort of watched you come out. And as you came out without anything, he sort of says to you, "Couldn't find anything."
Well, I have not much use for money. It seemed, I don't know, quite absurd to spend so much on something just because it's pretty.
You're not like other women I know.
I suppose not.
That's not a bad thing. I'm just saying.
I've never had much use for clothes. I feel strange even wearing them now. But suppose one must in places such as this.
Yeah, this place is very different.
To say the least.
Right. So,
I've ever seen so many people in one place.
yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with a village near my hometown, but it's about half the size of this place.
I don't have a town.
What do you mean? Where are you from?
The Deeps?
What do you mean the Deeps? Is that like a suburb or like the bayou, or what does that mean? What's the Deeps?
Can you see the water from where we're standing?
You're at a level where you see that there's sort of fog rolling in off of the port, and in between the buildings you can see the ships, but you can't see like all the water.
But obviously the general direction. I'm just going to point in the general direction of the water. The Deeps?
So you're like a sailor?
Not exactly. And I sort of smile to myself a little bit at that. Though I have met many. Oh, so many.
Oh, I get it. Claudiu smiles. I see.
Mm.
I get it. I see.
I can't say they were glad to have met me, though.
He wrinkles his nose again. He goes, "Wait a minute. Now I'm confused again. Like I thought you were something because sailors, they always come to, and then I thought that you were, but now you're saying that they weren't happy to see you. So like that completely messes with my idea of what you are, or who you are, or where you're from, or anything."
At what part of
Most
this
men
conversation?
Sorry.
It's okay. At what part of this conversation do they come outside?
I think you guys are still like inside at this point because you guys were in for a while bartering and doing the whole like 80s montage. So I think maybe in like another minute or so, you guys are going to come out.
Well, you know. Most men aren't happy to see the last thing they ever see, if you catch my meaning.
He thinks for a second, and then he says, that has so many meanings. Okay. All right, I'm gonna have to think about that one. Alanik and Arthur call over to the two of you. Alanik says, excuse me, Muadnhait, are you able to retrieve your friends? It's time we head back to my chateau. I think this bout of winter shopping is almost to a close.
I could not agree more. And I'll sort of go over to the door and
as you go
tap
over to
on
the door
glass.
and to tap on the glass, you do see that Mikmick and Amnestria are actually on their way out with a bundle of goods in their hand, wrapped up in paper with twine around it.
Seems they're on their way.
Ah, excellent. Were you able to find what you needed? Alanik says to Amnestria.
Mikmick's wearing the outfit still, right?
Yeah, he wore it on the way out. Tag and all.
Awesome. Okay, then. She would just look over and say, yes, I think you'll find that we've found everything we needed and more. You may be quite impressed, and just signal over to the door when Red's back, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right. You wander through the street, come to a rather large wall, which seems to have a variety of, again, this sort of theme of masks, clouds, beautiful sort of figures etched into the stone, flowing hair, castles, all kinds of sort of very ethereal things. Very beautiful, very artistic. And you do see that there are some guards standing at the gate. They sort of nod at you, your whole group, actually, as you pass through the gate into the city itself. And as you do so, Alanik says, it's not too far, perhaps 1 or 2 city blocks. Please, don't tarry. And he continues to wheel himself down the street. You finally come within sight of what you assume to be Alanik's chateau, simply because it is the largest single house that you've seen thus far. All the other buildings have been sort of stacked on top of each other, tenement style, with large slate roofs. This one, however, is a 2-story building. It has a large concave roof atop it. You see that it has sort of a gate and a fence, an iron fence around the whole of the edifice. You do also see that it has sort of 2 wings coming out of the side of the manor house itself. It has some plants out front, 2 trees, very beautifully kept, manicured trees, and just out front of the main archway where the courtyard is, you see that there's a set of stairs that go up to a large double door. And then to the left of the stairs, you do see that there is a set of wooden slats that come from the top of the stairs to the bottom. And Alanik comes to the gate. Arthur hands him a key, a large iron key. He unlocks the gate and swings the gate open and begins to wheel himself into the courtyard. It is at this point in time that Cabe hops out from behind one of the finely manicured trees. Says, "Gotcha!"
Oh, did you get here so quickly?
Would Mikmick's stress go up by 1 again?
Heart attack! Oh, Oh, Elizabeth, I'm coming. No, I don't think so.
No, because it does noises.
Oh my God, no! Jeez. Okay, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. I'll give you that one. So your stress is now at 2? Is that right?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep.
I feel so bad. Okay.
Back to 2.
Right?
Back to 2. And Amnestria's, yours is still at 1, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been at one
Super.
for a bit, so.
Yep. Unfair, but hey, say
Oh no, you're good. Don't worry about it.
All right. So, yeah, Cabe says, come on. That was funny. Hey, nice digs. I like it. Well, sorry, not nice digs. Digs is a place. Nice getup.
Dogs.
Yeah. I like it. It's better than like a sheet.
Well, in a place like this, the sheet's rather out of style, I would say.
You have no idea. You really don't.
I know better than most.
So I'm gonna move you guys to the map. Actually,
Ooh,
there's a map. Hold on one second. Just gonna move you there. Cabe has come out, and yeah, let's move you to the map of Ionescu Chateau. Hopefully, you guys can all see.
yes.
All right.
Yes.
Boom.
Thanks.
All right. So, Alanik turns back to you for a second and says, follow me, would you? And then he wheels himself up the ramp to the top of the
Yeah, that's
stairs.
Killer upper body strength.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wheelchair on cobblestone streets?
For real. Alanik sort of is at the top. Arthur walks up the stairs. Cabe goes to the front and steps to the side. And Arthur takes out that key ring again, and this time unlocks the main door to the chateau. All right, let's do this. Come on, dynamic lighting, don't fail me now. Here we go. All right, beautiful. You see, as the double doors open before you, that there is a beautiful hall with a stone marble table, actually, in the middle of it, with a large bronze vase set upon it, with some words. You can't really see it from this distance, but you can certainly take a look if you would like to come inside. Arthur, Cabe, and Alanik enter, and you guys can certainly do so if you'd like as well.
Can
I
I
follow
do
them in.
something just before we
Sure.
enter? Can I go over to one of the trees and hit it and maybe gather a bit of sap?
It's a small tree. I don't know if hitting it. It's not like a large, maple tree or anything like that
Yeah.
that you'd be able to get sap from. It looks like sort of a small, like a poplar tree,
Okay.
which has sort of large, very sort of poofy, able to be finely manicured leaves and branches, but not something that you'd be able to get a whole lot of sap from.
Okay. So, then I'll just pass that then.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, Moynot, since you've gone inside, you can see the letters, or the words, I should say, on this vase, and it says, "Only after we remove the unattainable can we understand the true nature of ourselves."
That sounds like nonsense. I think to myself.
Yeah, Alanik sort of looks over at you and says, "So how do you like it?" The house, I mean.
It's very neat.
I try to keep it neat as much as I possibly can. Arthur, of course, makes the whole place a shammy mess, but such is life. Arthur looks over at Atlantic and says, "Oh, pishposh." "Oh, do come in, do come in." He sort of gestures.
More.
Mikmick's just gonna have a quick scan around. Just have a look at the house.
Yeah, you look in
More
through the
closely.
window. You see that, like, to the east, there's a window which looks into some kind of a study sort of thing. Sort of see books, envelopes, packages, a small chair which faces the window with some kind of a mug on a small table nearby, with a door nearby. With, again, those very strange lamps, except these are not on iron posts. They're sort of set into the wall in sconces. Instead of torches, these lights are in the walls themselves, actually.
Would I recognize something of that nature, at least?
I would say that you did the Arcana check before. You didn't really have the same understanding. You did get a 15. I'd say that you probably know it's the same kind of material, but you still don't understand the sort of nature of it.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's shedding brilliant light throughout this foyer. You do also notice that there are two sets of staircases that go up. And Alanic sort of gestures and says, "Guest rooms are upstairs, of course. If you decide to, stay for a bit." Sort of looks a little bashful and says, "But I suppose we should get you fed. It's been quite a long trip. Are you hungry?"
So does that mean you're inviting us to stay with you?
Well, I think you'll come to know what more Arthur and I, and Cabe, of course, wish of you. If perhaps if you dined with us for a bit, and then we could discuss something after dinner.
You speak of further employment?
Well, yes, certainly.
Dinner sounds lovely.
Well, that's one. Claudiu says, "I'm not really that hungry right now, but I'm game to listen."
I'm sure he has wine.
Arthur says, "Man does not subsist on wine alone." Claudiu says, "You're absolutely right."
This one certainly does.
Yes, Amnestria, please.
I suppose we can stay? Should we not go see the guest rooms first?
Oh, by all means, if you'd like. You could come down after you've taken a look at the old place. We do keep it in as good a shape as we possibly can, in case we have visitors.
You are very kind.
That's what I'm told.
Well, I don't think he's doing it for, well, at least out of the kindness of his heart. He wants to employ us.
Well, if we want to be employed, then I suggest we avail ourselves of his kindness. I, for one, will be glad to sleep someplace that's not haunted. I look over at alongside. It's not haunted, is it?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Good. I've had quite enough of spirits for a bit.
Good man.
I don't know
Would you
about
mind?
the rest of you, but I'm itching to have a bath.
Of course, a bath. More than happy to oblige you. We do have a fine bathroom here on this level of the house, as well as upstairs. It is a communal one for guest use upstairs, though. Or you can use my private bathroom. My house is your house.
I mean, I'm good with the guest bathroom, but I'm pretty sure Muadnhait wouldn't say no to a bath either.
I mean, I never do.
Well, as long as it's not like the last path I ended up in.
Yeah, my point exactly.
Well, by all means, do any ablutions that you seem necessary. And come join us for dinner in, what say, Arthur? 30, 40 minutes? Is that enough for us to, give them the repast they desire? Oh, of course, of course. We do have something in the icebox, I believe.
Why would you keep ice in a box?
So it doesn't melt?
Why not just going to turn and walk up the stairs?
Okay. I don't have a second floor plan of the house, unfortunately. So it's just the
That's
stairs,
fine.
the stairs that go into nowhere. But yeah, it's if you can imagine, very finely furnished rooms. There are 4 of them, obviously, and each one has a single 4-poster bed, a wash basin, a lounge chair, a fine rug, a wardrobe, a footstool, a small chest to keep your linens and garments and stuff like that. So, yeah. A mirror.
Is there a mirror in every room?
Yes. But it's one of those mirrors that you can, like, turn around, so the reflective side is not shown. Like, you can turn it around if you're freaked out. Totally acceptable.
While Mikmick is taking a bath, Muadnhait is just going to poke around in the wardrobes.
Okay.
See if any clothing has been left behind.
The wardrobes are completely bare. There is nothing in them.
Well, then she'll just continue in her ill-fitting leather armor.
Okay. Fair enough. Amnestria, what about you?
Amnestria, once she's able to go into the room and cover that mirror, do the doors lock?
Yes.
Okay, so she would lock her door,
Okay.
and she would proceed to take off her own armor and just kind of examine her body a little better, since she hasn't had a chance to do that, to see if there's anything different about it that she didn't notice before.
Yeah. I mean, the wounds from the battles that you've been in the past few days are still there, or at least the scars of them. They seem to have healed over pretty well. Your flesh has taken on a sort of... You ever step out of the shower or out of the bath after about, I don't know, like after too long, and take a look at your fingertips and they're all wrinkly?
Yes, I have.
It looks like that on portions of your arms and your shoulders. Not all over, but just like little bits of area where the flesh is just like a little bit too loose. And
Actually,
very
pretty concerned
pale.
about that.
Yeah.
Okay. She would start putting on her armor then.
Okay.
The scale armor that she got at the merchants.
Yeah. Okay. You got your scale armor now. So what does that make you?
Yeah.
Did you adjust your AC already or no?
I did adjust it, but I also adjusted it back down because I didn't know if we'd get into any fights along the way.
Fair.
So I'm gonna put it back up.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
So your AC should be what? 16? 16. Solid. Okay. Very cool. Yeah, the scale armor's a little heavier than you're used to, but I mean, you tap it and you're like, Hell yeah. Nothing's getting through that.
Great. She would still keep her cloak, of course.
Sorry, say that again. You cut out a little bit.
Oh, she'd still keep her cloak, of
Oh,
course.
cool.
And
Absolutely.
yeah, if she's able to incorporate any bit of her armor into this new armor, she would be doing that.
Okay, very cool. Okay.
Finding nothing in the wardrobes.
Yes.
Before she goes down for dinner, just for shits and giggles, Moynat will cast Disguise Self to dress herself in a simple tunic and a pair of trousers.
Very cool. Love it. What is the
Her
tunic?
feet are still bare.
What is the tunic and like? How do they look? Like, what's their coloration?
I would say the tunic is a sort of a dark blue color, just very loose-fitting, light fabric, straight sleeves, simple collar. Like, fitted but not tight, as in follows the form of her body. It doesn't look like a gunny sack, but
Sure.
it's not like it's skin tight either. And then just a simple pair of dark gray trousers.
Great. Love it.
And her feet are still bare.
Her feet are still bare. Okay.
And she washes the muck from her face and hands in the basin in her room.
Love it. Okay. How about you, Mikmick? What are you up to?
Mikmick's having a bath.
Okay. So Mikmick upstairs, yeah, you open the door to the washroom. You see a large clawed porcelain bathtub that you better be careful, because if you put too much water in the thing, you're going to drown. Like, honestly, this is meant for a human. This is not a gnome bathtub. You fill it up maybe halfway. That should be just enough for you, to be honest. But it's pure water. Do you like it warm? Do you like it cold? Do you like it hot? How do you like it?
That is a good question. I would think probably Mikmick likes it cool.
Cool.
Not cold, cool.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you sort of turn one of the faucets. Somehow or other you know that hot and cold water comes out of these things, even though you've never really kind of grasped the concept. You turn one of the faucets, icy cold water comes just pouring out of it. And then you know that if you just sort of tamper with the other faucet, that it'll slowly warm up the water. So it's not so icy and so frigid that it's just cold. Cool, as you say.
Yeah.
And you step out of your newly acquired clothing, look down at your own form, which has been beaten, bruised, slashed over the last couple of days.
Yeah. And then previously, even more so.
So much so more so. You see, there are just lines and lines of sutures everywhere. Up and down your chest, all along your legs, in your groin, on the backs of your arms, on your ankles. Just sutures and scar lines everywhere. And these sutures, healed as they are, don't look very, they don't look poorly done. They look almost expertly done. Like that of the finest possible person who could have been your surgeon to have done that.
Could Mikmick make a maybe history check to see if he can remember back to who may have done this?
I'm going to make a high DC.
Yeah. I was going to say high DC.
So here's the thing. As the campaign moves forward, you may find things that sort of stir your memory, people, places, things. At which point,
exactly.
I'll ask you to make the history check, but if you're voluntarily trying to make the history check to find your previous life up till now, it's going to be a high DC.
Yeah.
All right. So
just a history?
Please. 17's unfortunately not high enough.
Yeah.
So you strain yourself, you rack your brain to see who could have done this. It comes close. You see sort of figures, blurs, fragments of memories.
Nothing clear.
Voices, harsh, cold, feelings, but nothing clear.
Still just a blur.
Yeah. And as you step into the cold water, your body sort of tenses at first a little bit as the sort of shock of the water hits your skin, and then your muscles like relax. And you feel sort of the goosebumps along your flesh as the cold water cleanses you. And then you just sort of put your head back against this porcelain tub and just feel an enormous sense of relief. So take one stress off.
Okay. Well, can you take one stress
I
off?
certainly can. I'm just saying it'll be
Yeah.
one less stress, so you're at -1.
Okay.
There we go. All right. Unbeknownst to the two, or I should say the three of you, Claudiu has also gone upstairs and checked out his room and sort of jumped on the bed, fallen asleep for about 15 minutes, gotten back up, come out of his room, doesn't see the three of you, goes back downstairs, opens the door, and goes into the dining room and sits down and waits for dinner. The three of you...
I'll
go
I'll
ahead.
wander in and join him as soon as I'm done with my ablutions.
I would say that yes, soon after you are able to join Claudiu, Alanic, Arthur, and Cabe at the dinner table. I'll drag you there. Boom. And Mikmick, I'd say probably you're the last.
Yep.
Yep.
I was going to say.
Yep. Amnestria, you come downstairs past the large vase on the granite table, marble table, I should say, through the doorway into a long hallway, which you see stretches left and right, and then into another room, which you can hear the clinking of dinnerware and plates and silverware and stuff like that. And as you open the door, you see a long wooden table. Muadnhait is already there, as is Claudiu, Arthur, Cabe, and Dal. Soon after that, a very now sort of clean, his hair slicked back because of the water, dressed in the attire. It looks almost like a completely different gnome now, except for the fact that, I mean, he is who he is with that large crystalline eye, and his hand encased in bronze, is our friend Mikmick, who sits between Cabe and Amnestria.
All right.
Alanic says, well, we've served some of you what I can only assume is a variety of food that perhaps you'd like. I have pheasant, I have asparagus, a beautiful potage, which Arthur is quite skilled in making, with a sprinkling of broiled and seasoned cheese atop it, with cream and the like. It's very, very easy for us to make. It's no large matter. I can tell, for example, you, and he points to Muadnhait, you desire something perhaps a little bit more maritime. And he takes the silver top to your plate, lifts it, and there is, uncooked, a large fish just right there on your plate.
I smile and nod. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. For you, and he points over to Claudiu, you said you were not hungry. I will take that as a sign that your wine is enough. Am I not right? Claudiu says, yeah, I'm fine. And then he takes his wine bottle out of his satchel and puts it onto the table, uncorks it, pours out a little bit of wine, and then corks it into the wine glass and holds it up to Atlantic and says, thank you for your hospitality, and takes a sip. Atlantic nods, and he moves over to Mikmick, and he says, my friend were perhaps a little bit more difficult to understand what it is that you desire, but people of your kind, I do understand that they do like, a variety of vegetation, vegetable matter, fungi, and perhaps you may like this. And he lifts the silver top off the plate, and there is a steaming, like, porcini mushroom salad with grilled chicken on the side. Just take your pick if you prefer the chicken. It's very well cooked.
Well, I mean, I haven't eaten for as long as I can remember.
Well, I'm sure that this may delight you. It may bring back some of your more culinary memories.
Here's hoping. But thank you.
My pleasure. And Arthur's. And Arthur sort of nods. Cabe immediately, like, takes the potage and, like, throws it onto their plate and just starts just chomping away. For you, Amnestria, since you are, of course, our guest, I thought the quail perhaps might be of desire to you, but then I thought better, and I thought that perhaps this may be more your liking. And he lifts the silver top over your plate, and you see this sort of brownish pink meat cut in very fine slices, and on the side you see a potato that has been sort of grilled and then baked and then, like, cut into sort of a crisscross pattern, and then there's a heaping steaming melted butter pat on top of it.
This looks quite good. I'm rather impressed you were able to cook all these meals in such a short time.
Well, we have our ways, don't we, Arthur? And he gives Arthur a wink. Arthur winks back. Do dig in. It's quite delicious. And Arthur and Atlantic begin to sort of take a variety of food from the bowls, put it on their plates, pour themselves their own wine, and begin to eat.
Moynat will just pick up the whole fish and take a giant bite out of it.
Absolutely. It's like that scene in Splash.
Exactly.
Just like, except without, like, all the restaurant people who are like,
What's going on? Yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's just like, I've seen weirder shit. So, but you find, all of you, that the food, cooked or not, is delectable. And not poisonous. So thumbs up for that.
Yeah.
And I was just going to say that I think Mikmick's probably eating a little bit slower because he's constantly got his eye on Annick's wheelchair.
Okay. What are you looking at on his wheelchair?
Just looking at its design, see if he can improve it like he improved Amnestria's crossbow.
It's a very interesting design. You see that parts of it are wood, parts of it are made out of some kind of a bronze metal. And you do see that there are sort of compartments on the side of the wheelchair, which don't seem to be part of the original make. Almost as if they store items or things inside of them. You see some, like, bronze latches on them, whatever's on them or in them, you're not sure. But the wheels are very sturdy. They're made out of some kind of, they're not made out of steel. They have sort of steel rims, but they have sort of some very thick sort of spongy black material around the edge of it.
Because I was just thinking out of game that Mikmick was trying to figure out how he could maybe make a stair climber device for his wheelchair.
All right. Like the kind of ones like in Gremlins where like they like, put the wheelchair in and it just sort of like brings you up the stairs kind of thing.
Basically, yeah.
Or like the shopping carts that have 3 wheels in a triangle shape. So you can drag them up
like
your
that.
stairs or
See
push
which
them
one
down.
would
I get
work
it.
best
Okay.
with the chair. Because he's noticed that he needs the ramp to go in.
Right.
And he has a problem with going upstairs. So Mikmick's just trying to visualize in his mind just how he can make a stair climber that would fit in with that design.
I get it. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Sorry, there was
Did
a
we
little bit of a
freeze?
hiccup. I think so. I don't know. Oh, there we go. We're back. There was a little hiccup there in the streams, but we're good. Yeah. Okay. I'll give you some time for that, and then we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
So dinner is spectacular. It's wonderful. It's delicious. And at the end of it, Arthur
All that's left on Muadnhait's plate is a fish skeleton. She even ate the eyes.
God, amazing.
Picked perfectly clean.
Love it.
Must have been hungry.
Always think better when you're full. Amnestria,
Best I've eaten since I got here.
for real. Amnestria, it is delicious. Whatever you decide to eat, your choice. Mikmick, same for you, whether you've chosen to go for the vegetarian or more carnivorous approach.
Probably both.
Maybe omnivore. Love it. And Claudiu, he's just content to sit there and sip his wine.
She definitely would have eaten her meal, but she might have asked Mikmick for some of his salad because that sounded really good.
It did, right? Okay. Time passes. The dinner is ended. Arthur collects the plates, brings them through the door to the east, and then comes back and sits down with 2 things in his hands. He has a long cigar, and then in his other hand he has a pipe, which he hands to Alanik. He then lights Alanik's pipe, who begins to sort of sit there with one elbow atop one edge of his chair and sort of smoking his pipe, and Alanik on the other side smoking his cigar. And he says, I hope you don't mind. If it's in any way an irritant to any of you, we'll be more than happy to stop. We're just so used to it.
By all
Actually,
means.
this may sound weird, but it actually is somewhat comforting for me.
The smell?
The smoke and the smell.
Oh. Well, we all have our vices, don't we?
Is it alright if I open a window, perhaps?
Oh, no, by all means. Let in some fresh air from the bay.
She'd get up and open up the window behind her.
Yeah. You see
Sit
that
back down.
yeah, the window, the beautiful windows to the north of you, you're able to open it outward, and you do see that, it opens out onto the backyard of the chateau, and beyond it, the fence, and then the street beyond. You're able to sort of see every once in a while carriages pass beyond. It's a cool night. The breeze comes in and stirs the billowing smoke between the 2 men at the other sides of the table. The 2 sides of the table.
Does the breeze smell like ocean?
It does. It does.
Muadnhait is going to go sit in the windowsill,
Love it.
perching.
Fantastic.
Sort of one foot up, like knee bent, 1 foot in the window, 1 foot down, leaning against the window frame.
Okay. Alanik says, so, I guess if you're quite sated, to business, shall we? I do believe that we've had a set of introductions to the 3 of us, but perhaps not formal enough. I am Alanic Ray. This is my husband, Arthur Sedgwick, and this my protege and ward, Cabe Whippoorwill. I am part of the Ray Detective Agency, as so called, as I started it before I met my husband, loving as he is. But together, we have been at the forefront here within Dementlio, as well as in realms beyond, of solving mysteries, catching dastardly criminals, and illuminating the world beyond who cannot attain my level of intuition, and perhaps doing some good along the way. It was at a point, perhaps a year in the past, that members of a secret organization known as the Order of the Guardians came knocking upon my door. And I and Arthur were subject to a member of this order's plight, and determined to assist in any way we could, unknowing, of course, that this member was amongst the highest echelons of the Order of the Guardians. When we completed our task, in deference to us and in debt to our task being completed as such, this member of the Order of the Guardians inducted us into said organization with the intention of being part of this group and helping to better society, as well as perhaps making some coin along the way. After all, we all have to put food into our bellies. I found this young individual, and Alanic points at Cabe, amongst the scamps and scoundrels in the streets of Port-a-Lucine trying to eke out a living. Cabe attempted to pick my pocket at one point, and, well, I let them. Because after all, how else can you feel that you've accomplished something if you haven't necessarily done what you've intended? It's fine to give one a pass every once in a while. Cabe looks over and says, I knew you saw me. I just wanted you to come after me. Alanic says, well, it wasn't until you attempted to take the life of someone who had done you wrong that I attempted to intercede, Cabe. Cabe said, It wasn't like that. Arthur says, oh, pish-posh, Cabe. You gave him a right whooping. I just don't think that you meant to go that far. Cabe says, he doesn't like what I am. And I couldn't stop myself. I'm sorry. Alanic says, there's no need to apologize, Cabe. But we must have control over our baser emotions if we are to be exact. Cabe says, you're right. And I want to be helped. I need to be better. Alanic puts his hand on Cabe's shoulder and says, Cabe, you can do things that I could never do. But you are to use your brain and not your... And he sort of touches Cabe's chest. Says, oftentimes this can mislead you. Now, that is as much as I perhaps can say to the three of us. Is there anything pertaining to the four of you that you would like us to know before we continue our business further?
Such as?
Such as who you are, where you come from, what you desire, how you found yourselves in this place, what you did, who you were before, etc., etc.
Mikmick will probably pipe up and just say, why not? You remember me telling you where I came from, but I was thinking maybe I should ask Atlantic, because he may know.
Go ahead. Can't
And
hurt, can
Mikmick
it?
will just say to Atlantic or Arthur or to the whole party as a group, yeah, as you know, I've been trying to get my memories back in order. There's just one part that I remember the name of a place where I came from, but I don't remember anything about that place.
What name do you recall?
The place was called Lemuria.
Arthur and Alanic exchange a look. We have heard of such a place. Yes, we've actually been there as well.
Can you tell me anything about it?
Horrid, frigid place on the edge of the sea. Far from here, through the mists. Not a place I would prefer to live my life, for certain.
Well, that makes it somewhat concerning, because when I remember that place, I feel happy, feel content.
Well, it was your home. There's nothing wrong with feeling content thinking of home, no matter what others might think of it.
Exactly. If it's a place you're fond of and you live there, then it should stir happy memories, unless it may not have been your best life.
Claudiu says, you should see the place I'm from. And like all eyes turn to Claudiu.
Mm-hmm.
Claudiu says,
Oh.
Well, okay. I guess I should keep my mouth shut next time.
You've already said that you're from Barovia.
Yeah, I am from...
Multiple times.
Yes, I mean, but I don't believe any of you have ever been to Barovia. Am I wrong?
I mean, I may have, but as I said, memories slowly coming back.
Alanic and
I
Arthur...
don't believe I have.
Alanic and Arthur sort of nod at you, Moynot, and they say, I guess probably Arthur probably says, well, we've been to Barovia. We don't particularly enjoy staying in the place. Dreadful. Especially the castle, if you know what I mean. Claudiu says, you've been to the castle? Alanic says, No. We've not been to the castle. We avoid it at all costs, as do most of your, well, I would say most of the people who share your lineage, I would assume. Claudia says, I don't know. Something about that place is, beautiful. But, yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I'm, my full name is Claudiu Ionescu. I'm from, the village of Valaki, which is kind of, I guess, the sort of central village in the land of Barovia. My father and mother sent me to school, and I wasn't a very good student. Wanted to do other things. Got into a lot of scraps. Really kind of wanted to do my own thing. fell in with this this guy who was the son of the Burgomeister in Volaki. Real cool guy.
Burgermeister? What exactly is that?
Mayor, I guess you'd call it. Yeah. He was the mayor's son. The mayor was a real piece of work. Always had been. But yeah, he and I were really good friends. And then one day, I was in the mayor's mansion secretly, of course, as well. Victor didn't want me to be seen, because if I were seen with the mayor's son, people would talk. But it wasn't like that at all. He was my really great friend, and he knew things about magic that I really wanted to learn.
Did you?
Well, yeah. I learned a lot. But I felt like I could learn more and be better at it. Victor said I could, anyway. And then something real bad happened. I'm not quite sure what. I woke up the next day. Don't really have a lot of memories about it. And just felt really sick a lot of the time. Didn't really know why. The only thing that really could push it away was the wine. He sort of licks his lips. Takes another swig. Sorry. And then, yeah. One night I was on a bender. Mists out of nowhere. I was drunk. Walked into them, and the rest is history, ladies and gentlemen.
You found us.
Yeah. And then he just sits back and crosses his arms.
Well, if no one else will share, I suppose I can. I'm from Mordant.
Arthur and Alanic nod.
More specifically, Mordantshire. I know I don't know why they chose the name. Once upon a time, I've been called the Duchess, but now I'm just Amnestria. And, well, I seek a certain something that isn't here, but I'll find it. And it was rather convenient we ended up in a haunted house, as I've been employed as a ghost hunter of sorts for the past number of years.
Oh, so you are an actual professional ghost hunter?
Yes, professional. I guess it depends on who you ask, but...
Well, I guess the jig is up. We're actually not real ghost hunters. We're quite crap at it, I would say, right?
I noticed. It's quite okay.
You could have fooled me.
I take that to heart, my dear lady.
Maeve is quite useful in that regard, at least as far as the profession goes.
Cabe, of course. Yes. They have quite a variety of talents.
Well, I don't think we would have been able to leave that awful home if we didn't have them here with us, so...
Anyone at home still looking for you? Mother, father, sister, brother, lover? Mention
of sister, you'd see her smile. Almost wickedly so. More like I'm looking for her.
Oh. I guess we'll keep that under wraps.
Well, if you must know, I plan on killing her.
Everyone sort of like slowly looks over at Amnestria.
Oh, not me. Utterly unfazed.
Claudiu looks over at Amnestria and says, "What'd she do?"
That is a very difficult question to answer.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like embarrass you or anything. You know, if you don't want to talk about it, it's cool. I just thought,
No, it's quite alright. It's not a secret. Well, she's the reason why I'm a ghost hunter, actually. She, at least from my understanding, my life, and I plan on taking hers.
So sorry. She what your life?
She took my life.
What do you mean she took your life? You're right here. You're sitting here right next to me. You're not dead. Claudiu like pokes you in the shoulder.
Would him poking me actually be a
Nope, not skin to skin.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was gonna say. I was concerned. Let's just say I have my own ways of being here.
Okay. Well, okay. Tea spilled. Like it.
Well, not your
Afraid I
case.
don't have
Swine
anything.
spilled.
Afraid I don't have anything nearly as dramatic to share. I still not entirely sure how I got here. I was exploring part of the deeps I'd never seen before, and I came across a cave, and well, the next thing I know, I was in the forest. Here. Like this. And my hands kind of travel up to my horns. And I'm no longer as I once was. And I will find who did this to me. And I will kill them. For taking what was not theirs to take. Is that enough?
Arthur and Atlantic sort of look at each other, and they sort of share a grim look. And then Arthur says, "I'd say so. Yes." Atlantic
Well, if I
says,
remember correctly, you both said you know how to fix that.
"Yes, we do. Or at least the Order does, I should say. Which brings me to my business arrangement with the four of you. I'd like you all to take me under very serious consideration when I say that the four of you accomplished something that I don't believe I or Arthur or Cabe could ever have done alone, which is survive that dreadful place and come out with all of our limbs intact on the other side. That said, I would say that the Order of the Guardians could use your help. Are you interested?
Can I ask a question first?
Of course.
Why exactly did you go to that house? You were clearly very ill prepared to do that job.
We had gone to Borka, to that house, on based upon my intuition that someone to whom we are dreadfully in need of saving was in fact there, and I, and he looks down at the table, almost ashamed, was wrong. My powers of deduction failed me. For the first time in a very, very long time. And I am not one to believe in fate. I believe in the power of my own mind and in the power of logic and reason. But something, and he looks at the four of you, tells me there is a reason that I and Arthur and Cabe met you for on that fateful night. That you may be of quite extensive help to us in this regard, if you are willing to hear our business proposal.
I'm listening.
Claudiu says, I'm all ears.
Me to listen, but I don't agree to agreements when I don't know what they are.
Of course. Of course. All eyes look at Mikmick.
I'm just thinking, can I roll AKA a bullshit text?
You want to see
Bullshit.
You want to see if anything of what he has said so far is not true?
Not 100%, or he's hiding something.
Yeah, an insight check is perfectly acceptable.
Just to see if he's hiding something.
Yeah, from
Or
his speech,
leaving
body
something
language, whatever it is.
Yeah. Not the highest insight in the world, but
Okay.
17.
I'm going to, whether he is deceiving you or not, I'm going to have him roll just a natural sort of suave/deception check to see if that beats your 17.
Okay.
Oh, he's pretty charismatic, I must say.
Yes, exactly.
That he is.
You rolled a 17 on the dot.
Ooh. So what does that mean?
It means that
It matches.
It matches. That means that you, yeah, I think you have to meet or beat. So technically, you have met you've met that number. So yeah, it's tough. He's a real tough cookie to get a hold of up here. Something behind the eyes that you're trying to sort of see into. His shame is real when he says that his intuition failed him. That his powers of observance, lauded as the greatest, failed him in his estimate that whoever he was looking for was in this place, the House of Lament. Beyond that, you don't detect any kind of deception, cover-up at all. He's being quite sincere.
Okay, so Mikmick will say, Atlantic, forgive me for asking, but you said you were looking for somebody in the house, and you didn't find them. Maybe we found them in our quest in it?
Oh no, my dear
Can you
friend.
tell?
You would know very much if you found the person whom we seek.
Who do you seek?
He puts his hands on the table, says, we seek the leader of the Order of the Guardians. The one who has made the prophecy of what is to come. The end of the world. And that's where we're going to take our break. All right. We'll be back in 5 minutes, folks, with more Ravenloft Domains of Dread. Stick around. We'll see you in 5. See you in a bit. All right, we're back, or at least most of us. Sarah's going to be back in probably about 30 seconds, maybe less. Hopefully. Knock on wood.
As soon as you say that, she comes back.
Yeah, she's going to be like, wait, oh! I start. You better be in that chair. I'm just kidding. It's totally fine.
Probably used to the 7 minutes.
What's that?
Probably used to the 7 minutes breaks.
The 7-minute break? Yeah. I used to do. I want to see if we can sort of like cut down the break time and just like go. You know what I mean? Let's just go. Want more go time. Especially since we took a little bit of a late break too. So, the 4 of you, look over at Alanik. Hey,
There she is.
she's back. There she is.
Hello.
All of my animals were demanding attention.
How dare they? Don't they realize?
Brandon's at work and they were feeling neglected, so they all needed.
Oh.
There's like, nobody's petting us. What's going on?
Just grab the cat and be like, pet.
Like,
Throw the
I
cat.
walked out there and the one of them just like, meow, meow, like she's yelling at me until I pick her up. So I was like, all right, you can have pets. And then the snake who's been hiding so well, I literally turned her whole enclosure upside down the other day because I thought she'd escaped until I finally found her. Is finally out of hiding. And I'm like, oh, hi, how are you? Are you hungry? Too bad, I'm playing D&D.
Or snack.
Mm-hmm.
I am Snick. All right.
She'll survive. I'll feed her tomorrow.
Danger noodles.
Tiny danger
The
noodle.
4 of you look at Alanik when he says this kind of shocking statement at the end of the world. And he says, well, you don't have to gawp.
What on earth makes you think the world is going to end?
Well, prophecies have been proven to be false. However, this particular member of the Order has powers of prescience that have never been wrong before.
And what exactly is this prophecy?
I don't have the details, but it does seem to have some relevance to the objects that we have seen in our travels, as well as the one that you encountered in the basement of that horrid mansion. These amber plinths.
The plinths are going to end the world?
Not so much the plinths, but what is contained within them.
And what exactly is that?
We don't quite know, to be honest. The knowledge about these objects is quite ancient, quite hidden, quite secretive. We don't know very much about them, other than they are extremely powerful. And potentially, some say that they are the creators of this place, that they are the creators of the world, and therefore, when the time is right, that they shall take the existence of this place and of all the other realms within with it. But again, conjecture is not helpful. What is helpful is fact. I wish to lay out the facts of our particular scheme, and perhaps you will indulge me for a bit more as I explain what is to be done.
Have you ever seen one of these punts up close before?
I have, yes, from a distance, but not within arm's reach.
Did it speak to you?
If by speak you mean did I hear a voice within my head, I will I have to say that He looks over at Arthur. I did not.
Bullshit check.
Make an insight check.
I'd like to do the same thing.
By all means. That's a 9.
Oh, fudge. Could have been a 23.
Could have been. And that's an 8. Hard to tell. Hard to tell. He says, are there any other inquiries, questions, before I lay out what it is that you must do?
There was this one question that I had. You said that these pillars of amber may result in the end of the world, as far as I'm gathering. So, here's my question. Would it be a better idea to keep the pillars of amber or destroy them?
I think you've simplified the matter quite a bit, my friend. Destroying these things, these pillars, as they have been destroyed in the past, does nothing. They simply grow again, reform, recollect their fragments over time. And the entities, perhaps, or beings that speak from within remain within.
So you're saying that destroying them is essentially pointless if they regrow.
Correct.
We don't have a way to completely and utterly annihilate them or destroy them outright.
Well, I wouldn't say it's pointless. We had to destroy the pillar to leave that house, did we not?
It's difficult to destroy that which you do not understand. Easy to fear it, though.
Well said. Claudiu says,
And also, you said that you had seen one of these pillars of amber before. How big was it, the one you saw?
oh, I don't know. How do you think, Arthur? 10 feet tall? Approximately 10 feet tall. Saw it in Darkon.
And by comparison, the one we saw down in the basement,
About the same
that was
size.
about the same size.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like these pillars of amber are relatively the same size, no matter how long they've been there.
The ones that we've observed, yes.
Curious. I mean, this may sound like a dumb idea, and Moynard, sorry for saying this, but we may have to go back to the house in maybe about a week or so just to check on to see if the amber has reformed.
Cabe looks at you, Mikmick, and says, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Sorry.
And you're right, it is a terrible idea.
Oh, I'm not even talking about the idea. I'm just saying that I can't go back to Borka. I don't have my token with me anymore.
Token?
Cabe sighs. Yeah, my token. Cabe points to their necklace.
Interesting.
I'm
You use it up after
yeah.
travel, right?
Well, yes. It's usually a two-way trip. You go and you come back. Once you use it, you can't use it again. This one
that
though,
one they
and like
used.
they point, they lift up the mask pendant, the one in their hand that they lift up. This one's kind of permanent. You can always come back to Demetlia.
I find myself closely examining the necklace to see if there are any charms that remind me of home.
You don't see anything that maybe has any kind of significance or similarity to your own home or your homeland. There's no like dolphins or seafaring iconography or anything like that. You only see the pendants that I described to you before.
What makes a token? Is it just an object from the place, or is there something special about it?
It's invested, Cabe says, with the spirit of that place. My people, we're kind of allowed to go back and forth. But I'm only half Vistani. So I can't just sort of walk through the mists and have them part. I have to use these.
Stani, that name sounds familiar. Before we got to the house, we came across a caravan of Vistani from memory.
It's more of a wagon, really.
No, we use Vardos like that. It was brightly colored?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Vistani Vardo. A wagon, I guess, in common parlance.
They usually disappear after you talk to the person inside of them.
Well, Vistani have their ways of making people feel like they've been tricked or that they disappear. They like to be mysterious. Some are very gifted in the ways of subterfuge and stealth. You see the sort of grin appear on Cabe's face.
Would you include yourself in that very stealthy
Listen,
description?
my mom, God's love her, she taught me a thing or two about making sure I was never seen, if I wanted to be.
Well, judging from the backstory that was told earlier, it certainly sounds that way.
Claudiu sort of takes a swig of the wine, sets it down on the table, and says, "So, Mr. Ray, I feel like you have something that you want to get off your chest. Do you want to just tell us and get it over with?" Alanik says, "Certainly. As you know, we are working at the behest of the Order of the Guardians. Currently, the Order have tasked us to find their leader, a human woman named Radaga. Radaga has gone missing, and it was thought that she was ensconced within the Levence abode. But we now know that to not be true, and that something much darker resides instead within. Our ghost hunting expedition, sadly, was a clever ruse. I think you understand what we were attempting to do by now. Whilst you stalked the house, I utilized my investigative abilities to search throughout. And although I was not able to locate any solid clue to Radaga's whereabouts, I now am able to deduce her possible location.
Which is?
I'm getting to it. As part of this investigation, I feel that hiring field operatives, such as yourselves, would be the most optimal choice for determining the most expeditious way of ending it in a positive manner, and I hope that you will be among them. Cabe, do you have that envelope? Cabe looks inside their jacket pocket, pulls out a brown paper envelope, and hands it to Alanik. And Alanik says, yes, thank you, Cabe. Now, Radaga should be attending Duchess Cedra Donaire's Grand Masquerade Ball tonight. Tomorrow night. Cabe, got a rather interesting little sneak peek at an invitation last week, and then whipped up a few extras for another group that was distinctively against joining us. Unfortunately. Now, you can imagine that at the ball you should be able to mingle and utilize your powers of charm and guile and deduction, and hopefully find Radaga's whereabouts. Or, at the very least, gather some information about where she's been hiding out and why.
You believe she will be in attendance despite being missing?
Correct. We have suggestions of that, in that she was in the Duchess's presence last week and was invited by word of mouth from the Duchess herself. So it's likely that she will be in attendance.
I keep hearing about this Duchess. Exactly who is she? Does she have a name?
Yes, Duchess Cedra Donaire. She is the ruler of Dementlia.
This Radaga, is she the one who knows how to fix this?
I believe the powers that Radaga has may extend to finding a way home for the four of you, if you so desire it.
In that case, I'm certainly amenable.
Well, you've proven quite talented, all of you, in this respect. I believe that solving a mystery might appeal to you, especially when infiltration, guile, and material valuables might be your reward. Even...
I have little use.
Oh no, please, I apologize.
I have little use for material things, but revenge, that's a reasonable fee.
Well, what we fear is your discovery, of course, so your candor is quite important. You need to be discreet. If you go in heavy-handed, you'll get nothing from the people that you meet determining where Radaga is. And if you don't cooperate amongst your fellow investigators, and he looks at the four of you, then you'll be making things more difficult for yourselves.
Is there anything else you can tell us about this Radaga?
Well,
I assume we can't just go asking where she is.
if they've seen her, when was the last time they saw her, what she was doing, who she was with.
So that's it. Simply walk up to strangers and ask them, "Excuse me, have you seen this person I've never met?"
I believe that Radaga is well known amongst the society there at the Grand Masquerade. And so, infiltrating this ball, putting yourself in a position where you yourself are part of Debentlia's bourgeois, shall we say, and then picking up some chit-chat and some small talk with some of the members of high society. Might be able to gather some clues.
Specifically why she's hiding from you, but not from this Duchess.
Hiding in general.
But not if she's making so many public appearances. You must understand my confusion.
Clearly.
I think that's something we can help with. Is there more information about this particular event?
Well, you're new to this particular land. You're new to Dementlia. You must understand that Dementlia has quite an interesting set of rules of etiquette. And the penalty for not obeying those rules is quite severe. The Duchess does not look kindly upon those who do not value her sense of style as well as obeisance to her whims. So, she puts together grand masquerade balls every week. Tomorrow is... Yes, I believe tomorrow's night. Tomorrow is the next possible one that would be useful. And then the one the week after that. But invitations have gone out, and we just happen to have 4 of them here. However, the invitations are forgeries. So they will not hold up under scrutiny. You'll have to do your best. What did they call it? Arthur? Arthur says, bullshitting! Yes, your best bullshitting. And, if you have some way of sprucing up your finery to make yourself look perhaps a little bit less drab, that would be useful in infiltration, I would assume.
On that note, gentlemen, I'm afraid I may require, monetary assistance. What you see is what I own.
Oh, that's understandable, but you must understand that repurposing, recycling, and repairing is a way of life for people in Dementlia. They have an ability to make subpar clothing look fabulous in their own way. Much of the material possessions that you purchase tonight are, in fact, not original at all. They were someone else's clothes that tailor decided to make into new garments.
Yes, but being that I do not possess those skills, what would you suggest?
I'm sure that you could perhaps spruce up your finery with some touches of flair. I don't myself know how you ladies make yourselves look so comely in such a small period of time with the right materials.
Neither do I.
It's practice. And a lot of it.
Or perhaps, Amnestria, you would be so kind as to assist your compatriot there in her need.
I might be able to give her some help in that regard. I'll see. Never mind. It's no worries.
Anywho, what you may wish to do once you've come in contact with the people at the masquerade is to inquire, subtly, notice things, perhaps, about these individuals. Take care to investigate their looks, their body language, their objects. Who they are, of course, will be hidden under their masks, but perhaps inquiring about them may glean more information and allow you the leverage that you so desire to gain the information you need.
I actually think Claudiu would be very useful for that read.
Claudiu looks
specific-
over at you and goes, "What do you mean? What?"
Let me explain.
Sure.
When it comes to a more formal party, there's usually a lot of drinking. And you seem quite unaffected by your alcohol content.
Great.
Yeah, so if you speak to someone who is maybe a little under the table, you might be able to find some information.
Certainly, yeah. I'll find the drunkest person there.
No. No. You don't look for the drunkest person. If you look for the drunkest person, they're not going to tell you anything. They're far too drunk. There's a certain balance.
So someone who's
Wait,
like a little tipsy.
Yes.
Okay. Sure. I could do that. What's this Radaga person look like? Like, maybe she's there, maybe we can just see her, and that'll be that. Alanic says, she has, olive skin, dark hair. She often wears glasses. Sort of slender. She has a very distinct way about her. Her eyes are piercing. Okay, sure. So if I see anybody like that, I'll just go up to them and say, "Hey, are you Radaga?" I don't think that's the way it works at masquerade balls. You can't necessarily inquire as to who they are. That's the whole point of masquerades. I don't know, man. I've never been to a masquerade. Clearly.
Is there any way we can learn more about her?
Again, I must say that finding her potential whereabouts are your probable next step. And the only way to find that is to talk amongst the guests at the ball. Nearly all of them have deep secrets, and striving through illusion and deceit to always appear grander and richer than they truly are. And most people here in Dementlia, rich or poor, live in constant fear of being revealed.
Well, that's fair, but if we don't know much about her except for her name and her description and her piercing gaze, then talking to them isn't really going to tell us if we're talking to her.
No, I don't believe you will be. However, you will be gaining knowledge as to if this person is not, in fact, Radaga, as to their knowledge of her and her potential whereabout. That is the key.
Question, Alanic.
By
You
all
mentioned that this place is filled with illusions, be it magical or physical. My mind's a bit cloudy at the moment, but is there a way to maybe see through these illusions?
It depends on the illusion, my friend. Most illusions are not illusions at all. It is simply the way that they present themselves. If someone is perhaps not in the most fine of attire, they will cover up that with whatever they can. As long as they adhere to the social niceties, lest they arouse the Duchess's wrath. Oh, speaking of which, I did not actually let you know. I do apologize. There are a set of, well, let's call what they are, etiquette rules. And I'm going to give you guys a handout. of
Oh
the
boy.
of the Dementliu, of the 10 rules within Dementliu etiquette.
And here is our miscongeniality montage.
It really is. It really is. So I'm going to show it to you guys. Here we go. And I'll read them out for chat. Here we go. The top 10 rules of Dementliu etiquette. Number 1. First of all, worthwhile noting that anyone in Dementliu must follow specific rules of etiquette that are largely unspoken and always changing. It can be challenging to keep up with the most up-to-date expectations, and faux pas can come with unwanted or terrifying consequences. Alanik states as much. Any faux pas might raise suspicion about you, or expose you as imposters. Duchess Cedra Donaire thrives on social manipulation and forces the guests at her grand masquerade to follow her rules. Rule number 1. When the bell tolls, guests say, "May the Duchess favor us all." Something which you heard outside of the mask maker shop. Rule number 2. Don't touch your nose while you are speaking to another person. Number 3. Never reach over food. Number 4. After greeting a stranger, your next sentence is never a question. Number 5. Never be unmasked, literally or figuratively. Number 6. Shaking hands would seem to be the polite way to greet someone, and yes, it often is. However, do not offer to shake hands in a doorway. Always enter the room first or have the other person come fully outside. It's said that the house spirit lives in a home's entryway, and crossing over it for a greeting would be bad luck. Number 7. Don't intentionally turn your back to people. Number 8. Don't eat with your left hand. Number 9. Always pass the wine to your left. And number 10, when someone of higher class offers you a drink, the proper etiquette is to receive it with both hands and then turn your head away as you take your first sip. It's a show of respect. And respecting those of higher class is taken seriously in Dementliu. Alanik says, hopefully those rules were relatively easily understood.
Understood and positively absurd, but yes.
Yes.
I mean, part of me would be wanting to not do any of those rules to be found out, which may lead us, well, lead someone to us that could be this target that you're searching for.
That is a terrible idea.
Or get you forcibly removed upon entry. I would say do not break a rule without good reason.
And how are we supposed to know who is a higher class? Because Amnestria did just say that she was once a duchess. So what happens if Amnestria were to hand a glass of water or a glass of drink over to somebody and they not do that rule?
We could choose to pitch a fit. I would say the foolish do love to be flattered, so just pretend everyone is a higher class than you and make them feel better about themselves. Truth seems to matter very little to these people.
You would be correct.
But then again, part of me's thinking what would happen if I acted like I was the higher class, higher than anyone at the ball. Everyone that looked down on me would be suspicious.
That may be so, but then you would amass a great deal of attention upon yourself, and that's not really what we're going for.
And I suppose the
Maybe it
key
is.
question is, are you a good liar?
Well, I mean,
We're
not
talking about
really.
people who lie for a living. They lie as easily as they breathe. If you're not on that level, I recommend maintaining a low profile. Here, just walking around the computer meowing at me. Hi. Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Claudiu says, "All right, well, this doesn't seem too hard. It's fine. So we go to a ball, we ask around, we pretend like we're big shots. We got the mat. Oh shit! I should have fucking
Yes.
bought that mask.
How late are the shops open?
Well, most of them are open, depending, all night and all day, as the shops
Claudiu,
are
would you like-
attached to their boats. So depending on the need."
Well, with a ball tomorrow evening, I assume the masquerade shop will still be open, Claudiu. Pain me though it does, I fear we may need to go shopping.
Oh man, come on.
We'll make it as quick and painless as possible, though I am a bit light on funds, as it were. Although I do. I reach into my pouch and I pull out the gems. I do have these.
Everyone looks.
Alana, is barter a thing intimately?
Often no, but value, especially if these are real. Are they real?
Best of my knowledge, but
Value-
honestly, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, value is value, especially if it's not costume jewelry. If these are actual gems, they could be utilized by a great number of people within their look, so to speak. How to make themselves appear greater than they are. So gems, a fine token of value, yes.
Very well. Claudiu, how's your purse? Heavy or light?
Claudiu takes a look at the money because he didn't actually. I don't think he spent any in the last session because he wasn't here to spend it. So he got. He got. I think he got
80 gold.
We're gonna get an
80. Yes, because 4 days, 20 gold apiece. So he got 80 gold. He says, "Yeah, I have 80 gold."
All right, I have gold, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to have electrum, if that was supposed to go into my silver pie. I randomly have electrum.
Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. But yeah.
Randomly have electrum. I have 10 gold, and
Oh, you know what? I think
these
the
are.
electrum came from the it came from the bottom of the pit.
Pit.
Yep.
Yes,
Mhm.
that's why I have
Yep,
electrum. I have whatever these are and a bit of silver. But I also have magic. So, shall we?
Super. Let's go.
All right. Unless anybody else wants to do anything else, or you guys can continue talking while Claudia and I go shopping, whatever.
Works for me.
No, I was asking the other two. I didn't know if they were done with Alana.
Oh, that's true.
I didn't
Yeah,
want to
sorry.
cut that off if they weren't done.
By all means.
Mikmick,
Yes?
did you want to go back out at all?
Well, I mean, I've got my clothes. I've got mask for the ball, so I think I'm good unless you need someone else to go out with you. Oh,
No, I think I may have everything I need, but... Well, it really depends on how we go about this.
About what in particular? How about how to go to the ball?
Yes, the gathering. I could keep myself under the radar and just listen and mingle as little as possible, or if I am to, well, be myself, I'm gonna need better items to wear, I think.
I mean, part of me doesn't want to go because of all these rules that are necessary. And I mean, one slip up and bam, you're out. And if that happens, then I won't be around to keep an eye on anybody else. Though, conversely, though it sounds strange, I feel like I've done similar before.
Well, I suppose I'll stay here. Unless Moynat or Claudiu need my help to find outfits. Or masks. Or anything else.
I do believe we'll manage, but if you want to come, you're more than welcome. Could use a hand in keeping the shopkeeper distracted for a few minutes.
Distracted, you say?
Just for a minute.
Alright. I guess I'll come along then.
Very good. Oh, I might make one other stop along the way just to see if I can further line our purses, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay. I'm actually going to show you guys a map. And I think you'll like this map because it shows the entirety of Dementliu's main city, the city known as Port-a-Lucine. So let me bring you to that map.
Oh, this is pretty.
It's a
It is
beautiful map.
pretty.
Let me just make sure that you guys can be seen.
Oh,
here.
wow.
Yeah, it's a big map. Let's make sure that those in chat can see it as well. So I'm going to bring everybody on over to that screen. So this is the city known as Port-a-Lucine de Mentliu.
Guignol's Garden. I love it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. I think perhaps over the course of time, Alanik brings out this map of the city just so he shows you all of the different landmarks of the town itself, as well as where you are. You are actually. I'm placing. Excuse me. I'm placing his chateau right where 19 is seen, right there. Right where I'm pinging on the map.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, so you guys are not too far from Lucine Bay, just down the hill from where you are. Of course, there are an enormous number of beautiful buildings. There is, for example, the Three Odd Gables. That's marked as some kind of a set of houses way to the north up here by the Tenebrum Woods. The University of Dementliu, clearly the high educational facility right there. The Phlegethon Hospital, which is over here. The Dyrith Mill, which is just on the other side of Pernil Bay, which is some kind of a logging facility, some kind of a mill for wood. The Red Widow Theater, which is some kind of a very well-attended cabaret of some kind. Port-a-Lucine Opera House, which is, I think, a little further down. It's over here, over on the sort of peninsula that is just opposite of the island here. Out to the west. Make sure that you guys in chat can see that stuff. Yeah, you can. Just a little bit left. So let me just zoom in a teeny bit. There we go. So yeah, there's the Like I said, there was the Port-a-Lucine Opera House, which is just on the edge of the bay there. There is Griod Park, which is some kind of outdoor sort of man-made park there, just on the tip of the island. The Donaire Estate, which you can only assume is what you saw from the on the way in, that enormous sort of massive palace on the island there, where you are told that is where the masquerade ball is to be.
Island.
Yeah, what an island. And the Crucible building, which is this sort of dagger-shaped building here. Not quite sure what that does. There is also the Mother of Tears Cathedral, which is this enormous, motherfucking enormous building right in the middle of Dementliu. What god or set of gods are worshipped at that cathedral, I don't even know how to tell you. But it is just absolutely staggeringly enormous. There is another building here called the Great Library. Nothing much to be said about that, other than that it is a big old library. The Palace of Enlightenment, which is over here on the western side of the city, which is it's sort of like a museum where people go to enlighten themselves through art. And, of course, make snide comments about how they know more than everyone else about art that most people seem to have a handle on. The Lord Governor's Manor. Now, of course, there is the Donaires, who are the rulers in total of Dementliu. But then there is the Lord Governor of the actual city, who was appointed, of course, by Cedra Donaire, the Duchess herself. And he resides in that particular estate. There is also the Zuvich Hospital, which is over here. There is the Bonneville Museum of the Sea, a place I think Moynot would like to perhaps have a look at over here one of these days.
Indeed.
Indeed. The Guignol's Garden, which is I think some kind of a park right here between the Way of Witnesses and the Drakestail Boulevard. The Delacourt Shipping Facility, which is over here on the southern coast of the city. The Palace of Ethers Park, yet another beautiful park, also very well manicured and finely made. The Mousel, well, actually, we're not going to use the Mousel building. We'll use that this is actually right here at 19, is the Ray Estate here, or the Ray Mansion. And then finally, the House of Wax over here at number 20. So there you go.
Excellent.
That
Well, as we venture out, I would like to look for a relatively populated corner, or perhaps if there are lots of people out in the park
yeah,
at this time of evening.
yeah, you do notice that as you leave the estate, you look over and you do see that the Palace of Ethers Park does have a few people walking arm in arm with one another, dressed in their finest, of course, or at least what they deem to be their finest, looking as prim and proper as you could possibly muster.
I will set up on the corner and begin to play my lyre.
Nice.
Let's see if I can earn a little coin.
All right, make a performance check.
17.
Okay, yeah, you sort of set up and you begin to play. Almost immediately, a couple walks up to you and sort of stands there, evaluating, judging, looking at you, smiling eventually. And then perhaps 2 or 3 others join as well, listening to the music, appreciating its beauty, smiling at the end of your song, giving some polite claps, and throwing 20 silver pieces at your feet.
I will mage hand pick them up while smiling and continuing to play.
All right. We'll keep that going for a while. Probably, I don't know, how long do you want to keep playing?
10, 15 minutes. I'm just trying to earn some money.
Okay. I'd say within 10, 15 minutes, you probably earn about, I don't know, 10 gold.
Beautiful. That's lovely. I accept.
All right.
All right.
Let me change the music since you're no longer outside. You guys are back or sorry, you guys are no longer inside. You're outside, yeah. All right, so let's give you this.
And then make our way back to the masquerade shop.
Okay, it's as you guys already know, it's not too far from the actual manor house. And yeah, you guys are back.
All right. Going to look at Amnestria. So I'm going to look at clothes. Then I'm going to, let's just say, when I nod at you, keep her busy for maybe a minute.
I can do that.
All right. I'll go back in to the shop.
All right. Ding ding. Oh, hello, you're back. Nice to see you.
Yes,
Nice to
well,
see you.
it is. I apologize for my earlier behavior, but
Oh, not
my
at
friend
all.
and I have perused the rest of the wares in the area and have determined them to be far inferior to yours, so I would like to take another look if you don't terribly mind.
Of course. Peruse away if your intent is to buy.
It is. I am in need of a gown. I don't suppose you have anything that might be of interest?
Oh, well, if your shape, dearie, we'll have plenty of offerings.
Excellent. I'm thinking something in blue, perhaps.
Oh, blue is so your color. I love it. And she takes out from a nearby sort of cubby, like a full-on like sateen, shimmery like blue gown. Make a perception check real quick, actually, as you look at it.
All right, eh?
10. I mean, the material looks decent. It's not fantastic.
I can tell you what I'm looking for, which is something in the vein of a Morticia Adams, but in blue.
Awesome.
Something that leaves very little to the imagination.
Okay.
Low cut anywhere it can possibly be low cut.
All right. Yeah, this one
Why
is
not knows her assets and chooses to flaunt?
this one is very demure. You look at it, you sort of like do one of these things, and you're like, yeah, it looks like it's got kind of like an 80s poofy shoulders thing going on. You're like, this isn't gonna work.
I would prefer something with significantly less fabric.
Oh, I see. One of those. I think I might have something. Hold on. You notice, by the way, that her accent has changed.
Mm-hmm.
It's gone from a much more sort of regal to a much less more sort of EastEnders kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, I see you, dearie. I see you.
I hear the bells and I look and I just say, "May the Duchess bless us all."
No, that's not it all. That's not it. And she like
those are not the bells. Oh, sorry. Oh no, I thought those actually were the bells, Matt. I was.
Oh no, that was
that.
No, I know. What?
Oh, okay. All right.
It's may the Duchess favor us all.
Favor us all. That's it. Sorry.
I mean, if you said it by accident, it's totally fine. She doesn't like she doesn't like correct you if you say it by accident.
Yeah.
I get the feeling that you probably knew what it was. But if you didn't, if you made the mistake on purpose, then she would have corrected you.
I did not make the mistake on purpose.
Gotcha.
I did not have the sheet open.
No worries. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She says, "Oh yeah. May the Duchess favor us all."
The gown.
Yes. This one will be doing nicely for you. Okay. She pulls out like a dark blue, like a navy blue. This one is sleeveless, and it has like a deep cut, like a deep V.
Much better.
Make a perception check.
All right.
It looks like cloth. It looks like cloth.
Yeah. That's fine. Very good. Very good. And I'm just going to Sorry, do you mind if I take a look at that? Oh, I'm sorry. How much is this gown?
Well, this one is one of our nicer items, I'll be perfectly honest with you. But I'll let it go for 25.
25, all right. And might I take a look at that seahorse mask again? I just want to see if they...
Oh, you're
if they
interested in the
mesh.
seahorse with the gold leaf?
Yes.
Yeah, that one's a one-of-a-kind item, I'll be honest.
Oh, I know. Please do let me take a look.
Oh, no,
my
no
friend
problem.
Claudiu over there is also in need of assistance.
Claudio's been
Amnestria?
Claudio's like been sitting. You know how like when guys go shopping, and like they sit on the side, like
He's just slumped with his hands between his knees, like
100%. He's just like, why am I here? Why the fuck? Why am I here? My God.
Amnestria,
Shoot me now.
would you be a lamb and help this lovely lady find something for our dear friend here?
I believe I could do that.
And while they are doing that, and the lady is distracted, I am going to use a spell I've been waiting to use since day one.
Yay!
I'm going to cast Distort Value on the seahorse mask to
What?
make it look like it's worth half as much.
Okay, let's look at this spell because I haven't seen this spell ever used in any campaign of mine ever, but I do remember it. So here we go. Do you need to squeeze a few more gold pieces out of a merchant as you try to sell that weird octopus statue you liberated from the Chaos Temple? Do you need to downplay the worth of some magical assets when the tax collector stops by? Distort Value has you covered. Is this from Acquisitions Inc?
Probably?
This
I don't actually remember. I just saw it and it felt
this flavor
so
text.
perfect.
It smells like Acquisitions Inc
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah, it's from Acquisitions Inc. I
All
just
right,
looked it up.
all right. You cast the spell on an object no more than 1 foot on a table, doubling the object's perceived value by adding illusory flourishes or polish to it, or reducing its perceived value by half with the help of illusory scratches, dents, and other unsightly features. Anyone examining the object can ascertain its true value with a successful investigation check against your spell save DC. Okay, so let's just talk about it. First of all, it's one object no larger than 1 foot per side.
So it's the mask.
Nice.
The mask.
The mask. I was like,
Yeah,
oh, the dress?
I'm doing
The mask.
it on the seahorse mask
Fuck yes. Amazing.
that she told me was 45 gold.
She did. She did. Okay. And it's verbal. It's a verbal component.
So I'm humming to myself as I touch it. That's
Okay.
my magic is music. So I'm sort of
Make a
singing a little song under my breath.
make a deception check. I'll give you advantage because you're humming.
14.
14. Okay. What's her passive insight?
I am rolling for shit tonight.
Her passive insight's only a 10.
Okay.
Sorry, passive perception is just a 10. So yeah, she doesn't notice you say the spell to distort the value.
Excellent.
All right.
And also I have Claudiu and Amnestria distracting her at the same time.
Yes, that's why I gave you advantage. So,
Yes.
yeah. So what do you... This is such a great spell. I love this. Anyone examining the object can ascertain its true value with an investigation check. All right, cool. So what, you're making it sort of look all beat up?
I'm making it look like the gold leaf is fake.
Ah, this is so good. Okay, great. So, okay. It now looks pretty messed up, illusory-wise.
It just I still want it to be pretty.
Yeah.
Just
But it doesn't look...
cheaper.
Yeah.
It looks cheap.
It does. It has like some cracks in it now in the gold leaf, and a little bit of a flake to it. It like if you
Yeah, because
like,
she clearly thinks that I'm a cheap kind of lady, so still wanting to buy it will track.
there you go. There you go. I love all about this.
All right. All right, so that's what I'm up to while Claudiu and Amnestria are looking for clothes for Claudiu.
Yeah, clothes for Claudiu. Sounds like a book like a 6-year-old would read. Like it's learn to read clothes for Claudiu.
I love this.
That's amazing.
I need to draw
Can
this
we
now.
read this book tonight? It's clothes for Claudiu. I can't wait to tell
I'm gonna
Alex
draw
this.
this.
Please do. I want a flip book. I want like a picture. I want a picture book. It's like, this is Claudiu. Claudiu is a vampire.
Oh, it's a paper doll book. It's a paper doll book.
Yes, I so want this. Oh my god, this is so amazing. All
I
right,
just want to do the cover.
just the cover, yeah, just like the cover of
I
like
love it.
Claudiu's like looking, he's just like looking at like racks and racks of clothes with like a glass of wine in his hand, like
Yeah, I've started like a what the heck is it? Curious George sort of
yes,
kitchen character.
yes, 100% Curious George. I love it.
Amazing.
Okay.
Amazing.
So yeah, Claudiu sort of like looks through the racks of clothes. He finds like it looks like a tux, but it's like one of those frilly tuxes. Not like the powder blue ones, but like it's got the frills in the front. It's got the,
Yes.
it's like the cravat, like the large lapel. And he's like, that's not bad. What do you guys think?
Being done with my spell, I look up and I say, "Oh, it suits you."
She says, oh yes, that looks so fetching on you, dearie. That will look amazing on you. He goes, how much? He goes, for you, just because I like your looks, I'll give you it for 20. He's like, so the mask is 45 and the tux is 20? It's like, yes, dearie, the masks. You'll never not use it. Every week you go to those masquerade balls, you'll always have that mask. They're repurposed. It's an investment. Claudiu says, I did like the wolf mask. Really? Alright, let me go take a look at it again. He comes over to the table that you're at, Muadnhait, and he says, so that wolf mask, can you, like, I don't know, it's like way up there. Do you guys have like a... And like
Ladder?
yeah, like do you have a ladder to go get it? I mean, I can mage hand it down if that's okay. She goes, "Oh, you're one of those spellcastery types." He goes, "Yeah, one of those spellcastery types. I mean, I can just mage hand it down. It's cool." And he just points, and as he points, his mage hand comes out of his hand, and you see like this skeletal, like just floating hand just emerge with a sort of blue sheen over it, and it floats up to the top, grabs the mask off the shelf, and comes back down. She goes, "That's creepy, dearie. I like it, but it's a bit creepy."
I
goes-
wish I could do that.
And then he puts the wolf mask gently down next to your mask.
Well, I for one think I'm ready to settle, but I do have a question. You said that this was gold leaf, yes?
Oh yeah, that's real gold leaf, handmade.
Are you terribly certain? It seems awfully dull
What do you mean
for
dull?
45.
No, that's not dull.
Take a look yourself.
She looks over and she rolls an investigation check. So I'm just gonna have her roll a d20. And she's gotta beat your DC, your spell save DC. 13?
13.
Okay, here we go. Rolling it in the open. Shablow, 12. So close. She looks at it, she looks back and forth. She's like, no, that's not right. That's just not... Shit. Harry! And she screams into the other room, the room adjoining the mask shop. And this sort of like, dumpy, bald-pated gentleman walks in with like a sort of large green jacket. His hair is like in one of those like he's taken his single strand of hair and just curled it around and around so that he doesn't have a bald spot anymore. He's like, yeah, what's the matter, dearie? This fucking mask, you gave me the shitty one. I told you that if the customers come in, excuse me for 1 second, I'm so sorry about this. I'm really sorry about this. If the customers come in, they want to see the real deal. They don't want to see the bullshit. They want to see the real fucking gold leaf mask. That's how we get them.
No, please. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to cause a fuss. I actually do still really love the mask.
Oh!
It goes so well with the dress. I just don't want to pay 45 if it's not real gold leaf.
There's like a silence. And the husband sort of like nudges the salesman wife, and she says, "Well, how much are you willing to take it for?"
Did you let it go for 20?
Make a persuasion check with advantage. She says,
And mother.
she says, that's a bit low. I get it. I understand that you want to, it's probably not our top good. Last year we had some problems, lots of moisture. They got into the masks from the bay. I get it. And it's probably last year's mask. But I can't let it go for more than, for less than 25. Can you do 25?
25 for the mask and 20 for the dress?
I'm all right with that. Harry, are we all right with that? Harry, takes out a black book from his back pocket, flips it. You see, a whole bunch of numbers back and forth on both sides of the pages. He goes, "Yeah, I think that will be fine. We'll be back in the black. 45 for both."
45 for both. And I will pay her.
Excellent.
My nod is hella broke, but that's okay. She also doesn't give a shit about money, but she just didn't have any, so she needed to barter hard.
Absolutely. I love it.
All right. Sweet.
Yes.
Why?
Red, by the way, the answer is yes to that. Okay. Okay.
Why I had to do this tonight, because it's going to wear off in 8 hours, so
It
by tomorrow
is.
night, it'll be nice again.
Boom. It will be nice again. It'll be gorgeous. It'll be beautiful. Claudiu pays for his mask. 45. 35. 35 for the mask, right? For the wolf mask.
Yeah, I believe the wolf mask.
The wolf mask
cheaper, yes.
was cheaper, was 35 because it didn't have the gold
Yes.
leaf. And then it was 20
For the tux.
for the
yes.
tux. So a total of 55 for gold. So where that removes his, so he's down to 15?
25 gold.
25 gold. Good nod. Sorry. I did so much math today, my brain has just leaked out of my ear. So 25 gold is what he's got left. God, I hope he repurposes that tux sometime. Okay. I will.
You can always sell it off after the ball.
That's true. Okay. Cool. And yeah, is there anything else that you guys want to get?
No, I'm covered.
I have a question, Matt.
Yeah.
I actually do have a pair of fancy clothes in my inventory.
Yeah, you do.
Ah.
You certainly do.
So I don't need to buy an outfit, right? I should have
Nah,
something.
you're good. You're Gucci.
You got fancy Duchess clothes. You're fine.
This is Duchess Amnestria written all over it. This particular point of the adventure. That's all I gotta
Duchess
say.
Amnestria and the Lying Bard together again.
Claudiu drinking in the corner. Mikmick just they can't see me. And that's it.
You have tact, I have tits. Together we'll have the take place by storm.
Good God, another one. Tact and tits. I love it. Let's go. Let's go. Coming this fall on NBC.
That tact and tits sounds like a buddy comedy with Melissa McCarthy and Kate McKinnon.
I love everything about this. I love everything about this. I am here for it. Let's go. Okay.
I did have one other question, though.
Yes, one more, and then we're gonna flip back to Mikmick.
Yes. I probably should have asked this before, but were there any masks that were, should it be spooky?
Oh, plenty spooky.
I know you.
Plenty spooky. There's one that kind of looks like a bat. There's one that looks like sort of a spider. Like the face of a spider with 8 eyes and little pincers. There's one. What's another spooky one? There's one that looks like a big, just a long-nosed rat.
I'm just thinking something more fitting to her. I don't know if there's anything similar to that.
Let's think. What's spooky? What's Amnestria spooky? Spooky. I don't know. Help me out. Help me out. Give me something spooky Amnestria-y.
I was thinking something similar to actually, let's see. What was her name?
A zombie mask?
Not the zombie mask. The handout that we had in the where is she?
Like a death mask?
There is a skull mask.
No, the wife, trying to think of her name in the mansion, in the manor.
Oh. You're talking about...
She had
Are you...
she had kind of like a
Hand out the ghost? The Victorian-looking ghost with the purple hat and the veil?
Oh,
yes,
okay.
thank you, veil. I was
Okay.
thinking something like the veil.
Yeah, there's a hat with a veil, but it doesn't have the same sort of feel to it because it's just a veil.
Okay, never mind then.
And it wouldn't cover your face or be something like like this would be that would be like covering
Right.
what you need to cover for a masquerade ball.
Yeah, don't worry then. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Cool. So switching back to the mansion very briefly. In that time frame where the three of you guys are away, Mikmick's been busy. He's been busy doing some investigating and some identifying. So, help me with some ritual identification. I'd say they've been gone for about... Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say that I left the monster deck behind with him?
That's what I was going to say.
You can leave whatever you want, absolutely.
Would have left the
If I knew
rapier
that
and the monster deck.
If you had let us know, oh, sorry, I forgot I got the rapier too. If you had let us know that's what you were doing, I definitely would have left them behind for you.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, we can retroactively say that you left them behind.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure that they would probably turn an eye to see someone running around with a rapier on a hip.
Going shopping with a rapier, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you do
Going
see people
close
who are
shopping with a
walking.
rapier.
You do see people walking through the streets armed. So being armed on the streets of Port-a-Lucine is not, some kind of unforgivable offense, or even jailable offense.
That's good.
But still, I would have left them behind. I still have probably still have my dagger on me just in case I needed it. But
yeah. So let's go through the items that you ritually identify, Mikmick. Tell me what they are.
Well, the first one was the wand.
Okay. So the wand, after you spend 10 minutes with it, it's a beautiful sort of blue-tipped wand. It's got this sort of strange, almost sort of like burst insignia of this blue gem-like material coming out of the top of it. It's got sort of a swirl pattern of thorns coming down the back of it. And you determine that this is, in fact, a wand of magic missiles.
ooh,
Not Jim's.
Not Jim's
Just
magic
regular.
missile. Just regular old wand o magic missiles. That's what it looks like.
Okay.
Pretty cool looking.
Interesting.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mechanically, a wand of magic missile has 7 charges. And when you hold it, you can use an action to spend one or more of its charges to cast this magic missile spell from it. And one charge, you cast the first level spell, and then you can increase the level spell slot for every charge that you use. And then the wand regains 1d6 plus 1 charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, you roll a d20. If I roll a 1, or you roll a 1, or whoever it is, the wand goes boom! I'm just kidding. It crumbles into ashes and destroys.
nice.
Nice.
Mikmick's got Mikmick's missiles.
God.
Mick Bizzles.
Mikmick missiles.
Mick missiles. Mick.
Say that 3 times too fast.
What else do you identify?
Well, I think the next one he would identify if Moynat left it would be the rapier.
Okay. So this rapier is, first of all, you learn that, just from identifying it, that this is the sword of Mara Silvera. It is her sword. It is a sword that is a +1 sword. And you have a bonus with a +1 of having attack and damage rolls made with this magical rapier.
So +1 rapier.
Yes,
Okay. And that requires attunement, I'm assuming?
that is correct.
And then finally, Mikmick would identify the monster card box.
Okay. Here we go. The monster cards. They are a set of cards known as a deck of illusions. This box contains parchment cards, and every deck has 34 cards. However, it's usually missing a certain amount of cards, and I'm going to roll for exactly how many there are by
I
rolling.
thought it was for 32.
It's
Yeah.
34, but it's missing some cards.
Yeah, I think you said it before. It was 32
Oh,
cards.
did I say it was okay? So I said it was missing 2 cards then. Cool.
Yeah.
You did
So
say a number.
Okay. So the way that this deck works is that it's a magical deck of cards, but the magic functions only if cards are drawn at random, which you do by drawing cards from our deck of 32 cards. You use a action to draw a card and throw it on the ground within 30 feet of you. And then an illusion of one or more creatures, depending on how many cards you throw, forms over that card and remains there until it is dispelled. And it's an
Nice.
illusion. It appears real. It's of whatever the size of the specific creature is, and it behaves as if it were a real creature. And while you are within 120 feet of this illusory creature and can see it, you can actually use an action to move it magically anywhere within 30 feet of the card. You got me?
Yep.
Anytime you physically interact with this illusory creature, however, you or anyone else, like they walk through it or you touch it or whatever else, boom, your hand goes right through it. Boom, it's an illusion. Easy. Because objects go right through it. And if someone also uses an action to inspect the illusion and identifies it, the only way they can do that is by passing a intelligence check, a DC 15 intelligence investigation check, and then the person will be like, "Oh shit, it's an illusion." So there you go.
Okay.
Still definitely fun for potential
Yes.
entertainment or crowd control purposes.
The kinds of monsters in here are fucking fun. So you've got everything from
Oh yeah.
cloud giants, goblins, beholders, night hags, kobolds, medusas, frost giants, goblins, iron golems. The list goes on and on and on.
Bandit captain and 3 bandits.
That's right. Bandit captain and 3 bandits. So that if you throw the king of clubs down, boop, 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 4 dudes come out.
And then potentially if you get a joker, me.
You, the deck's owner.
Love it.
That's
Super
it's like
fun.
so much fun to have.
It's a fun.
Definitely will be used entertainingly at some point in time.
Absolutely. Okay.
Love it.
Anything else to identify Mikmick?
I think that was all the 3 things that needed to be identified.
Beautiful. Okay.
I think, unless anyone else is.
That was all I picked up.
Yeah.
All right.
Sack of gems that we still have.
Let's do a couple things in relatively quick succession. The 3 of you return to
Yes.
to Atlantic Ray's chateau and say goodbye to our lovely outside noise, and of course go back to our inside noise once again. Atlantic and Arthur are sort of finishing up. They've cleaned up dinner. They're getting ready for bed. They say to you, pleasant dreams, and we'll see you on the morrow. Hopefully, tomorrow night you'll be well equipped and ready to go with tomorrow night's investigation, essentially. Is there anything you guys want to do before bedtime? Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to fast forward through tomorrow's day. It's going to be a montage before the actual night of the masquerade.
All I'm going to say is that once everyone else has gone to bed, Muadnhait is going to strip naked, go into the bathroom, fill the tub with ice cold water, and go to sleep in the tub.
Okay, then.
So that's where she'll be first thing in the morning.
Well, I was gonna do one thing.
Yeah.
That may help Muadnhait get to sleep. Basically, which is why I was looking for the sap before, because he was going to ask Muadnhait if, well, should I role play it out?
Sure.
So once Muadnhait gets back home and he hears Muadnhait filling up the tub, and he goes up to her and says, Muadnhait, do you have a moment?
Of course, small one. Tiny one. You're the tiny one.
I've noticed that you have this ability to infuse parts of your body with the ability to see through them. I have a feeling that I can do something similar. So would I be able to maybe borrow a lock of your hair?
It'll only be good till the morning, but I don't see why not. Snips one off with her dagger and gives it to him.
And gameplay-wise, Muadnhait's hair is not magical in itself.
Correct.
But what I just created is an eerie token.
Yeah, because I don't need the eerie token. I need non-magical.
Oh,
So
you just... Oh, okay, then, yeah,
Yeah.
I just give you a lock. I didn't realize you wanted a token, so yeah, I just give you a lock of non-token hair.
Yes. And Mikmick will use his a little bit of magical tinkering
Okay.
to create a non-verbal sound of a storm.
With the
And
hair?
the-
How does that work?
With the, I was going to say he was going to try and get the sap and make it into like almost kind of a seashell shape.
Okay.
So you know how you can hear the ocean in seashells.
Yeah.
Make the same similar kind of thing with hair, and then add the sound of a storm on top of that.
Okay. Cool. I like it. Let's see if I can give you a little storm sound effect here. I could do it.
Yeah. And then he'll hand the clump of hair essentially back to Muadnhait and say, this may sound strange, but if you put your ear to the hole there, you can hear the ocean. And something a little bit more.
I'll do it. And you'll see, just for a second, an actual genuine smile on her face. Thank you. Thank you, tiny one. That is comforting.
Well, I mean, you are away from your home. Hopefully that will put you back there, at least auditorially.
Thank you. Good night, tiny one.
Night. And Mikmick will head back to his place. And
She's already taken her clothes off as he walks away. She's completely... There is no modesty involved here at all.
Yeah. And
Understandable.
he's going to use another magical tinkering later on.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, so that was a magical tinkering.
Cool.
It's interesting. It's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Magical tinkering is fun.
It is fun. All right. Cool. Anything else? Anyone else wants to do before you take your long rest?
I'm going to attune to the sword in the morning when I wake up. Right now, she just wants to get in the tub and go to sleep.
No problem.
Yep.
Mechanical question: is my strength drain fixed while I sleep?
Yes, that was the key point. Your long rest takes away a great many things, including your strength drain, those of you who have had it. So you go back to your normal strength. In this case, I want to double check and make sure what Claudiu's strength was, because I believe... Can't remember what his was before. Did he get... Yeah, he... Ooh.
Everyone was.
Did everybody get hit by the shadow tentacles? I can't remember.
I think everybody did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just have to remember.
I lost
I don't know that much.
We all got a little borked.
Yup. I just want to see what he
Something
did, in
others.
fact, get. Oh, you know what? I have to. Okay. I'll have to check next time and go back to wherever strength was. But he current hit points go to maximum. Hit dice go back to halfway up full, rounded down, of course, since we're at level 3 still. And spell slots go back. As
Oh,
well
it's half
as
rounded down. Crap,
half
I only
rounded
get
down.
one back.
Yep. Unfortunately, people, if you use 2, you only get 1 back.
Man,
I thought you get all hit dice back. After
Oh,
a long
no,
rest.
sir.
you get half,
You
yeah.
get half on a long rest.
Okay.
Okay. So
Well, I get my rages back.
you do get your rages back, yes. Any kind of long rest or short rest resources come back. So, with that said, your night is peaceful for the first time in at least 4 or 5 days. You
We
don't end
get
up
moved around the house.
You know, no, you don't end up in different places in the house either. You stay where you went to sleep. And you wake up the next day, hear the sounds of the city coming alive, the barkers shouting to their clientele, telling them to come and purchase their wares, most of whom seem to be putting forth their most grandiose voices to whatever effect you're not sure. But it is a beautiful, bright blue skied day, clouds rolling lazily past the yellow sun. And yeah, what do you guys want to do on this day before you are brought to the port to go across to the Donaire estate?
I will attune to the rapier.
Okay. You attune to the rapier. You now have a +1 sword. When you touch the sword and spend an hour just concentrating on it, at first you feel a little, like, cold, which is odd for you because you've been in frigid depths in your lifetime. Something almost sort of like spirals out from inside that just feels like icy fingers grasping at you. And as your hand tightens around this sword, you feel like it's meant to be with you.
I knew this thing was cursed and I did it anyway.
I love it.
Stupid decision, Bard is fun.
What? You talking about?
I mean,
it's the No, go
she's
ahead.
a spirits bard. Everything about her is creepy as fuck. Why shouldn't she have a cursed sword that is probably haunted by the ghost of Mara Silvera?
Hell yes, absolutely. And by the way, there is an actual College of Stupidity. I'm just saying, like the College of Stupidity Bard, the best of all,
Amazing.
the best of all.
Amazing. I'll have to make one of those someday.
The College of Stupidity.
Actually, I had a question, actually.
Yeah.
Why not just value? Is it a spell slot, or is it just something
Short
else?
value is a spell slot. It's a first level
Oh, okay.
spell.
All right.
Yes.
I was just wondering, because I might ask if you can use that.
We can definitely use that. We can use it more than once, but that was also the other reason I wanted to do it at night because it lasts for 8 hours, so I needed it to wear off by the ball, and also I wanted to get the spell slot back for the next day in case I needed it at the ball.
Yes.
Okay.
I will
Right.
say Moynat probably plays for money again somewhere during
Yeah,
the day
sure.
because
Okay.
she can and she's broke after buying all that shit.
Fantastic. Alanic, Arthur, and Cabe wish you well in your adventure of intrigue and deception. And the four of you, with your masks and your finery, leave the house and walk in the northwesterly direction towards the bay and towards the ports. You do see a number of ships at the port. The smell of salt water hits your noses, some of which really sort of hits you quite strongly. And I think probably, again, for Muadnhait, it is for certain something that is extremely comforting. But
Yes.
yeah, you enter the docks district and feel at home.
So many sailors.
So little time.
Hmm.
And as I said, Mikmick's going to use another magical tinkering before they head off
Okay.
to make the quote-unquote mask that it got a little bit more steampunky, and over his artificial eye, illusory, a gear that pretty much goes up and through his hat. So it basically just gears all the way up his hat.
That's awesome.
Very
I love
cool.
it.
Yeah.
Nice.
And seeing as it's illusory, he can see through it.
Of course. I love it.
So,
Yeah.
if we're dressed in our finery and have the masks, do we not have weapons?
You do still have your weapons, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No one has told you to give up your weapons.
Just fair enough. It just amuses me, like picturing the sight of everyone walking down the street wearing their best, and if everybody has these weapons across their back. Mikmick with his stick.
Moynat with a rapier hanging from her hip, perhaps some fabric artfully hanging over it.
All right. So, you, as well as perhaps.
She has also done her hair
Okay.
so that there are two smaller braids still hanging down the front, but the rest of it is all sort of gathered in like a loose fishtail braid down her back to A, sort of look like the tail of the seahorse,
Nice.
but B, also make sure that absolutely everything that is being flaunted in this dress is being flaunted.
I love it. I love everything about it.
Actually, there was one more thing that I just want to
Yeah.
ask. Could Mikmick ask Atlantic if he has any more pistol rounds?
He does not. He does not.
Okay.
You could have gone shopping, you know.
That's all right.
You can retcon the expenditure between sessions.
He does say, however, that when you return, he will have more things that would be able to outfit you if you were to continue your investigations, shall we say.
Okay.
But at this point in time, he has not yet received that shipment.
Oh.
All right.
Yep.
So, you guys have your four invitations as well, which, as you very well know, are forgeries. But the invitations are likely to pass at a glance, but they won't probably stand up to intense scrutiny. You could, if any of you have a forgery kit, attempt to improve these invitations, if you so desire. Do any of you have a forgery kit?
Do not.
That's the no.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely don't have that.
I can tell you for certain, Claudiu does not.
Plus, wouldn't we need proficiency in using it?
Nope. If you have the forgery kit, you would simply make the intelligence check, and if you have the proficiency in forgery, you would make it with your proficiency bonus.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right. So you have somewhat sort of not. I mean, they're not like fake IDs that any bouncer could be able to be like, "Oh, duh, you're not 15, or not. You're not 21."
Dude, this is crooked. What the fuck?
Yeah, like, where's the picture? Like, who is this? Why does he have a mustache and you don't have a mustache? It's not like that at all. It is just that the paper is kind of too crisp for something that was like supposedly delivered in the mail, and the handwriting has like a few like unnatural starts and stops. Whoever made this was good, but not amazing. So that's Cabe, unfortunately. But you've got it. And you're
best their best.
Yes, they do their best. And you've got your best finder, you've got your mask, and you step aboard the ferry. And you step aboard the ferry amongst, I would say, probably a dozen or 24 other members of high society, or at least dressed as such. They're all wearing ball gowns. They all have their masks on. Their hair is done up. They've got all kinds of, of the whole 9 yards going on with their accoutrement, and they step either 2 by 2 or those who have gone stag aboard this ferry, and the ferryman says, "All aboard! Last call! All right, cast off!" And the ferryman closes the large metal door to the ferry, sort of pulls it up, and then unwraps a large rope off of a mooring and throws it off. And you then watch as the ferryman raps on the floor with a stick, and you see these enormous oars come out of the bottom of the ferry. And slowly but surely, like a giant bug, like one of those like water bugs, the ferry is is pushed through the waters of Lucine Bay in the darkening light towards the island. As the ferry approaches the island, you're able to see the Donaire estate closer this time. And it's both beautiful and sort of daunting at the same time. The building has a main central sort of spire, and then 2 long sort of arm-like wings that come out from it, with the ends of them sort of metal posts that plant themselves into the ground. And it gives you the distinct impression of some kind of predatory beast in a strange kind of way. But with all of these beautiful buttresses and tiles, albeit faded that they are, there's still something sort of regal and noble about it. It's still something just off. Anyone want to say or do anything? If not, I'll move you to the island.
I'm just
what
watching it
would we need
approach.
Would it be Arcana to see if what's off, or history, or perception, or?
Yeah, I'd say make a perception check at this point. Can't really determine Arcana-wise, because it's not, like, magical. It's just, like, it's not like spider sense tingling. It's just, like, something's weird.
Would history not also work?
Don't really have a historical understanding of this place, but a 21 perception's pretty darn good. Mikmick, as you look towards the island and look at the Donaire estate and see that there are people who have been
You have to get onto somebody's shoulders.
Yeah, sure. You're like, huh? Don't fall in the water. you look at the mooring spot for the ferry at the actual island itself, and you do see that there are figures who have already been ferried there, walking towards the palace, I guess. They're dressed in beautiful silken gowns or thereabouts. And you do still see that there are people who are standing at the dock, looking up towards the palace. There are perhaps half a dozen of these people, and you can tell just from looking at them and the way that they look up at the palace and look back towards the main city at your boat coming in, they are just either anxious or outright afraid of whatever is in this place. Like, they put on a good show. They're in their, they're dressed to the nines, but under it all, there's a person. And that person, they're not happy going into their place.
If Mikmick may go over to Muadnhait and just get her attention and say, Muadnhait, I'm not sure if it's just me, but you seem to be a little bit more perceptive about people's emotion. But these people seem a little bit, what's the word? Trepidatious. Scared.
Well, if that's the case, we'll soon find out why. Just keep your eyes open, tiny one. Everything will be fine.
I mean, that's what we're here to figure out, isn't it?
Indeed. What lies beneath the mask?
Only time will tell.
The ferry docks after about a 20-minute trip across the bay. And the dock is it's like a hard but worn wood. The ferrymaster grabs, again, the mooring line, throws it over, wraps it around, and says, "All ashore!" And then takes the latch, pulls it back, and the metal door slams down on the dock. And everyone looks at each other. And one of the members of the invited guests sort of takes a big sort of sniff in, sighs out bravely, and walks off onto the dock.
How close are we to the front of this group?
Probably 5 or 6 people back.
Okay.
Other members of the invited guests begin to filter off. Claudiu
I
looks
look
at...
to Amnestria,
Yeah,
and
go
I
ahead.
say, "Well, Duchess, shall we?"
Let's.
Claudiu,
Oh, and
go ahead, Amnestria, you first.
I was gonna say, just because everyone else's outfit was described, and I want to post something in the Discord, how I feel she's dressed right now, just because
Oh, picture-wise?
everybody pictures her outfit, yeah, picture-wise.
All right. Pop it in there.
That's a bit
Yeah,
Nice.
she's in a
Dig it.
nice dress.
I like it.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh,
That's a lot of leg, Duchess.
that is a lot of leg. I'm going to save this image and throw it in there. We are a mature stream. I'm just kidding. It's not that bad.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine.
All right, let's throw it on to... there it is. Let's throw it onto the board. Hold on a second.
Even showing some shoulders.
Yeah. There we go.
So it's funny that the females are showing skin while the males are all fully clothed up.
Yep, absolutely. Frilly and sexy.
Moina knows her strengths.
Mm-hmm. I like it. It's got that big sort of like whoosh to it.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
And all that fit into her backpack.
Everyone has got that in it. This folded really nicely.
Some fabrics travel very well.
They do.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right. Claudiu looks over at you, Mikmick, and says, Mikmick, I think we're heading off. Let's go.
Up to you, Claudiu.
All right.
Oh,
He steps
wait
off.
until everyone else is off.
Okay. Yeah, he steps off the boat onto the dock.
Mikmick will be last off if he can possibly do that.
Yeah, he can wait. Ferryman sort of looks at you and goes, all ashore.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for everyone else to get off.
You're the last one, Shrimp. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going on shore. And Mikmick will just start walking off.
He sort of like squints at you. He's like, what the fuck?
The devil does this little man think he is.
Okay. And as the four of you join the long line, you can start to hear the sounds of music being played from the massive open doors of Duchess Cedra Donaire's estate. And you can hear it being played as the sounds of the bay filter out. You hear sort of a strange waltz being played.
Oh, hey, Sugar Plum Fairy.
As you join the line, you see that the line extends all the way from the doors to your position. And you do see that there is someone checking the actual invitations. He's dressed in sort of fine, sort of velvet jacket. He's got a sort of slick back blonde hair. He's got a goatee. He's a pretty sizable guy. He's like 6 foot, maybe 6'2". And he's got 3, I guess you'd call them sort of bouncers. They're sort of hunched over guys behind him. Can't really see their faces that well. But you watch as he sort of checks the invitations, checks the face, checks the invitation, pulls it out, recites the name on the invitation, folds it back, gives it to the person, and then that particular person goes on inside.
So the invitations are photos.
They are invitations. There is no photo.
Everyone's wearing a mask anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just looking at the names. It's about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. The line moves fast. You finally come to the front of the line. And you now see, actually, before you see, you smell something weird. It doesn't smell good either. It smells like rotten meat. And that's when you understand where this smell is coming from. Standing behind the doorman, as I said before, are 3, I guess you call them bouncers, except these bouncers have enormous sort of fangs, a lolling pink tongue that comes out of their mouth, and glowing yellow eyes. Their flesh is desiccated and hanging off in little sort of drooping bits, and they look hungrily at all of the people who are coming into Duchess Cedra Donaire's mansion. They are also, however, dressed in red velvet jackets. One says Larry, one says Curly, and one says Mo.
Oh.
And as the four of you reach the front of the line, the doorman holds out his hand to you and says, "Invitations, please. The Duchess is dying to meet you." And that's where we're going to stop for tonight.
I just wanted Mikmick to say, "Who's the Three Stooges?"
Oh, God.
Amazing. Thank you. Fantastic. All right, that is it for tonight, folks. Hopefully you enjoyed our little romp through Dementliu, and we'll see what happens as the four of these folks get into a little bit of a masquerade. Masquerade! I don't even know how that song goes. That's all I know about that song. I should know more. I feel like I failed myself when I listened to Phantom of the Opera, but that's pretty much all I know. Isn't it like paper faces on parade, masquerade, hide your face
Something
where
like
the
that.
world will never... I remember! Holy shit!
Hey, look at you.
It's in my brain now. All right, there we
Now
go.
you just have to play it next week during stream.
Oh God, no, I can't do that because then I will lose all credibility. All right, that's it, folks. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, and let's go ahead and throw it back to the three of you folks who have joined me tonight. Of course, we'll have Alex next week, but let's start over here with Sarah. Sarah, where can people find you on the internet?
I'm Sarah. You can find me on the internet at Lovely Llama on Twitter, Instagram, and our Discord, where I try to check messages, but I'm not great at it. And that's what I got for you.
Thank you, Sarah.
It's late and I'm tired.
Yeah, we're gonna head you get to your place of rest. Thank you, sir. All right, let's go
Right
down.
behind me.
You're like, click.
It's right there.
Just like backflip
Turn
over
around.
your chair.
Yes, exactly.
All right, Red, you're up next. Where can people find you on the internet?
Oh, you can find me in most places, though I don't hardly any post anywhere. The most posts I do is on the Lessons and Dice Discord, so you'll most likely see and be able to contact me there.
Thank you so much, Red. Appreciate it. Last but not least, we have Maeve. Maeve, where can people find you on the internet?
Hey there, I'm Maeve. You can find me at Maeve Climber on Twitter. Also, Maeve on Discord. And yeah, that's pretty much the name I use all the time. But I do art, I do fun stuff. And yeah, I don't really have anything else. It's late.
Oh, it is. And I'm ready for hitting of the hay. Thank you very much, everyone. I've been your DM for tonight. I'm Matt. And you can catch me and the rest of the folks that you see here on Slices and Dices every Friday, playing usually Ravenloft, although sometimes other games as well, and sometimes Thursdays, depending on what we have on the schedule. So check our schedule
And Thursday
on Twitch.
next week.
Yes, including Thursday next week, where our friend down here is going to be doing a Star Wars 5e conversion, continuing that saga with some of our friends who you will see and may recognize. But beyond that, you will catch us doing all kinds of other games. Alien and Pathfinder and Dread and all those other amazing games that are coming out in Call of Cthulhu, etc. You can also catch us on YouTube. So check out our stuff on YouTube. Just do a search for Slices and Dices on YouTube. And if you want to talk with us, if you have any interest in doing so, please join our Discord. You can find our information in the, as they call it, doobly-doo, in either Twitch or in YouTube. And come say hi, because we like it when people say hi. Come hang out, and until then, folks, remember, take care of each other, but don't forget to take care of yourselves. Have a lovely weekend, folks. We love you. Talk soon. Bye.
Okay.